think I'm live. BingoBot didn't say anything yet. Let's see. I think there might be some delay. Anyway, I can definitely see my stream, so it's hello Malva. Can you hear me? That would be useful information. Yeah, BingoBot also just said something. Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me? No, I can't hear you. Okay, so I don't need to send that chat message. So I'm still sort of setting up and making announcements. So yeah, maybe that's what people use pre-stream timers for, but why would I want a pre-stream timer? That's for noobs, right? Maybe do something on Twitter as well. I am live streaming some bingo development. You could turn your mic volume a bit up, it would help. How do I do that? So in OBS it's set to the maximum. Open sound settings. Disable that doesn't sound very good. Device properties, that's also at 100. Additional device properties. Levels, I can do this, I think. Is it louder now? I don't know. Don't know if that did anything. Yeah. So let's. Yeah, that worked. Is it good now, or should it still be a little bit louder? Oh, I didn't actually send the tweet. Let's maybe do that. I feel underprepared for this anyway. So, yeah, you can already see some changes I made. So yeah, I don't know about this icon yet, but these are chunk coordinates. So you can see chunk coordinates now, and yeah, I probably need to set again for that. But you can also oh wait, what? Okay, this is not the correct thing to display here. Anyway, yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, like this, the chunk coordinates are not shown anymore, but they will be shown instead of the normal coordinates when I'm holding a treasure map. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can quickly start a game or something, and then I can show that too. And yeah, I'm still sort of working on the settings, so currently you can't disable that, and like this message here, like this is supposed to be a tooltip of this. I probably messed up the strings here. Yay, 9 stream. Hello Chrome, hello Unlock Smacky. Did I actually greet you, Malba and Sam? Well, anyway, hello Malba Carter and hello Sam. Yeah. So and yeah, I also need to actually make settings for the position itself, and so there's gonna be a setting to disable the chunk thing again, and yeah, and to probably switch between icon style, because like I also want to have like a different icon there, which then like instead of the compass icon, it will show like actually like north, west, south, like the abbreviations, and yeah, that will like currently I saw a lot of people like having trouble with um the compass icon to actually know which direction it is, and yeah, that will probably help with that. But yeah, if people still prefer the compass icon, that will still be an option. And yeah, I know that's why I know that there's a treasure chest here. And if I hold this, then it also shows chunk coordinates now. So yeah, that's what I did today basically. And it changes the color to yellow, which, you know, why not? So yeah, anyway, let's go back to the lobby. The yellow is barely visible, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it like having a darker color or something would not be as good, because like the shadow is still black, so it's like a dark sort of backdrop. And yeah, so it should be light color, and yeah, I think yellow is fine, and if it's not that noticeable, it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, and let me switch you to here. I hope like this font size is okay for you. I could increase it a little bit, but like yeah, what you're seeing is also what I'm seeing. So I'm streaming in 720p, and the window size for me is also 720p, which is actually also necessary because otherwise I couldn't see everything at the same time. No, it also works on the offhand. So that's main hand and that's offhand. So both work. And if I fob it out, then it also switches back. So yeah, both work. It's essentially it's this predicate, so it's alternative between equipment main hand or equipment offhand. Oh yeah, you didn't see that, but you see this at least. But yeah, this is main hand, this is offhand, and this is nothing. Yeah, switching scenes is hard. Yeah, and so what I need to do now is to actually provide an option to disable all of this again. And I already prepared the setting for that, but I need any function. So this will be player position settings MC function, which will be called from this. And and this shows player position menu page. So this is the menu for the chunk coordinate settings. I'm just gonna copy this and modify it. Position description. So, and for this, yeah. Okay, so now, so the way this whole thing works is in like this is the custom HUD when it displays, and it checks it checks for the predicate here. I don't think I could make a complicated like without a generator of some sort. Well, I do have the extension, right? So I do have autocomplete. So if I can do like bold, I can autocomplete that, and yeah, that's how I write these cell bars. Like I don't know everything on top of my head as well. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, it checks for the predicate if I'm holding a treasure map, and before that it checks if the player position has the chunk coordinates on treasure map set to true. And yeah, that's just a setting that you can make, and currently when I enable the merged state, it just sets it to true, but yeah, there's currently no real way to get rid of that again. What you can do, I think, I actually didn't try that, but I think you can remove this, and then yeah, you get the normal XZ coordinates again, and you can add that again, and you can add the chunk coordinates like that again, and then you can like move those in the correct positions again, and yeah, and like that you have that split off again, and you could of course also remove those chunk coordinates completely. But yeah, of course that's not very nice, and yeah, I want to do that in the component settings for this, but yeah, currently that doesn't work. And yeah, of course, for the tail RAWs, what I'm doing a lot is also just copy pasting. So yeah, that also helps. And yeah, so yeah, what I want to do now is, so I need a tail RAW here, which is probably this is missing. Something is wrong. Okay, I didn't copy this. Okay. So I need a tail RAW now that is only shown when it is in merged state, which lets you disable that, and I also want the option in the XZ coordinates to enable it. So yeah, and I sort of need a conditional menu here. And yeah, let me check where this is. Okay, so this is components, player position, data storage. So I should have this. and that is the custom dot bingo dot, and then in there it's this custom bingo, yeah. Okay. And yeah, if you have any questions or would like to talk about something, we can also do that. I'm just sort of developing, and yeah, if chat is silent, I'm just gonna keep doing what I would do anyway. And yeah, if there's something interesting you would like to know, or maybe a question you have or something like that, we can get distracted as much as we want. That's why I'm streaming. So okay, so this would then be the disable layer position, disable chunk coordinates or something like that. Show text, and we have a description for that as well. And we're using 72 for that, so I think 73 is the next available trigger here. Okay, so that worked. I should be able to see this here. No, 72. Okay, I'm not actually doing something with 72 here yet. Am I not seeing the function? Component settings. Yeah, that was a hint for you, but also for anyone else. Yeah, it can be about bingo as well, so doesn't really matter. So I think this is what the function is called. So do I see something? Oops, it's not what I meant to do. Yeah, here we go. And 72. Am I considering? No. Let's go to 73 already. Do another reload. And yeah, you didn't see what I just did there because I was in the wrong scene. Anyway. I'm bad at switching scenes. But yeah, this works now. And now let's not be bad at switching scenes. And yeah, what I did is I inserted this function call. Then the thing is 72, and yeah, you didn't see that. So, and it's not an enabled state, that's why we are not seeing this, the second helper, so that's also appears to be working at least. And we can actually check that. Yeah, wait, maybe let's fix this. I probably wait, that one is actually right in here. So bingo preferences. So this is the title. Yeah, that should be that, and the hover event should be text that is currently shown in gray. Let's remember to switch the scene. Yeah, okay. So the text that was here in gray before is now the tooltip hint, and that's what I intended. And this still needs a text. Yeah, and we should probably also print another menu when this was successful. And now if I go here, yeah. So in the XZ coordinate settings, we do see this, and we can click it, and it sets it to 73. But yeah, nothing happens. We didn't implement any logic for that click event yet. So let's do something like disable chunk or disable merged chunk coords. Hello? Not. Okay. And maybe let's rename this to coordinates, because then it's in line with the name of the enable function. Oh, and I'm in the wrong scene, of course. If I'm in the wrong scene, it helps if you let me know. Yeah, anyway. So this is going to disable merged. Disables the merged chunk coordinates in the player position component. So yeah, and I'm sort of considering to when you disable that, to show the component again, the single component. And I'm not like the simple thing would be to simply set this value to false, and I think this should already work. But yeah, you would need to manually enable the chunk coordinates again then. Hey, Retro Destroyer. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing? So let's see. Okay, and let's open. That does not seem like it actually did anything. Did I? Wait, I'm in the wrong scene. Maybe I just forgot to reload. Um, see. Okay, that seemed to do something. And yeah, I can enable the chunk coordinates again now as well. And yeah, you just joined Slice Discord, nice. How do we even keep track of all those storage things? What do you mean? Yeah, so you joined Slice Discord just now, or you opened the Discord and were a member before already? And yeah, I didn't stream in like, I don't know, a year or something, so it's not surprising that you didn't see my streaming status there. Yeah, what Malba said. Just where you keep data for whatever seems like it's in many nested NBT tags and stuff. Well, yeah, that's what storage is. So, like, in data get storage, so there's for example custom HUD, and that has like a players array with and that would be for every player because the custom HUD can be customized per player. And then there's a components, and that has all the components. And if we just do 0.id, for example, we see that the first component in the list is bingo timer. Do you have some kind of document to reference where stuff is? Well, the document is MC function files. So yeah, so the main file for this is in it there is fill registries. So and in registries, yeah, that's essentially where the components themselves are registered. So this is essentially where I say thank you. That's fill registries, init fill registries, and yeah, this is where the bingo timer component is defined, and then I do things with that. And yeah, if I want to know where like the components thing is, or so like this is the registry, right? So this is not actually per player or anything. This just says, hey, there's a bingo timer, and then there's like some other stuff like the icon font and icon width, and you can also hardcode the icon for the timer. That's not hardcoded because that's actually dependent on in-game time. But yeah, for the, I think that's probably seed, or no, that's the chunk coordinates. The icon is just C. That's like the character that's retextured to look like the icon. And then like when it comes to other stuff, I know, for example, okay, I have like custom HUD. and then there's like a tick function, and I can like look into this and see, okay, there's apparently custom HUD current player is apparently a thing, and then apparently this gets iterated somehow at some point, and then I can just work from there. And just by knowing where stuff is, I can very easily remember these things. Yeah, you got gifted before. I assume that was in Slice's stream, because yeah, I'm not an affiliate, and I don't have the option. And like, if I had, there would be like, I would need to set up a company to be able to receive donations. Like, that's how it works in Germany. If you do like anything with the intention of gaining money, that has to go through a company. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, I assume you mean you got gifted Twitch sub on Sliced stream, and then you joined. And yeah, this is MC Function exactly. And I am in many Discords, that's true, yes. And I don't read most of them. I'm just there because why not? Because I wanted to join and look at something at some point, and then I kept being there. And yeah, like I try to I try to comment on things I'm doing, but of course, like, if you're not into programming, or if you have never seen Minecraft commands or Minecraft functions, then this is maybe a bit harder to follow. And yeah, especially I'm also using like some techniques that I don't think many people use. Like, I don't think many people use storage as extensively as I'm doing. So yeah, there's like a certain entry point, I suppose. I make high quality data packs. How do you know that? Have you seen Bingo before, or is that just a guess? Yeah, yeah, I'm using scoreboards for a lot of things as well. Um, and yeah, like scoreboards are just a different use case. I'm also using entity tags, as in the thing that you can apply with the tag command. Spyclass version 4 is a thing for documenting NBT storage. No, yeah, but version 4 is not in a released state and doesn't, like, there's a pre-release for it, which I actually have access to, but there are some features missing that I need. The custom hard code scares you. I can see that. You do it right there. Yeah, yeah. And like, for any kind of calculation, you need to use scoreboards, like, right? You can't do math operations on storage. That's just literally impossible. Who doesn't know 9.1 is Bingo? Well, I wish this was a true statement that everyone knows it, but I don't think we are there yet. But yeah, I use scoreboards to store a bunch of stuff. There's, for example, scoreboard objectives space sidebar bingo dot state. So, for example, I store the spawn x coordinate in the bingo state. Last tick. I think that might be used for lag test during chunk generation. I'm not sure why it's being updated now. Yeah. Total item weight, that's just essentially a cached value that I use for card generation. available category weight is similar. So this means there is so every category, like maybe we should explain what categories are. So this is a category of items, and every item in this category can only appear once on a bingo card. And what you see here in parentheses, simple redstone, 1 of 6. So that means the weight that is essentially within this category, the sum of weights is 6, and the piston has weight 1. So that's what the 1 of 6 means. And for calculating the global weight, each category gains 36 weight points, and then simple redstone would be 1 over 6 times 360 for the global item weight. If you're doing something simple, data packs is easier. No, wait, there's stuff I missed. Man, why does Minecraft require you to do so much moving data between systems like JSON tags, SMBT scoreboards? Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be nice to be able to do operations on yeah, on storage. That would actually be nice, because that would mean that you could do operations on floating point numbers as well, which is currently just impossible. But like scoreboards are more efficient than storage as well. So there would probably still be a case for just using storage, using scoreboards, because it's quicker or more performant. How difficult is making data packs? I would love to learn Java and also the Minecraft code on that. What do you mean with that? Or is it meant as a that? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, the Java programming language is, you don't need that for developing data packs. And developing data packs is very easy. So, one day. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. You don't have to be sorry. Everyone makes typos. Anyway, so yeah, data packs is actually very simple. If you don't you don't need to use storage or like the crazy things I'm using, right? You can just, like, if you want to make like a data pack that gives you jump boost when you stand on a grass block. This is literally one command, and you could like look up. And I'm not gonna show that to you in case you want to learn that yourself, because showing stuff is boring. But yeah, that would literally be one command where you have an execute if, you check for the block below the player. Yeah, you probably need to execute at the player before, and then you run the effect command and give them jump boost. So yeah, that would be very simple, for example. And there are lots of survival plus or vanilla plus data packs. So for example, if you look into vanilla tweaks, those data packs are usually very simple. Like there was one that gives you an elytra when you kill the ender dragon, to have that renewable for servers. That's just a loot table, for example, and that's just one JSON file. So yeah, there's a lot of simple things you can do in that regard, and you don't have to do like a complex thing like bingo. You can like do something simple, and that's quite easy to do. Yeah, and Chrome also. If you're doing something simple, database is easier. Yeah. Otherwise, learning proper programming language would be easier. Yeah, like yes. You can sort of do addition and subtraction with NBT array lengths, but yeah, don't do that. Yeah, I suppose that would be possible. I implemented a similar technique, which I think might be something no one thought about yet. Probably someone used it at some point though. But I have a way to look to test if a string is part of an array in one command. Not quite one command, but essentially one command. And essentially, like the sort of naive solution is to, if you have like a string list, an NBT string list, you just iterate over the list and check. There's a way to check if two things are equal, and then you just iterate over the list. But you don't need to do that. And that's something I did to optimize card generation. And for example, in remove items, I might need some time to actually find the exact place. Okay, here's something. And also in generate slot, I think. And I see there's a new chat coming in, but I want to keep that thought. So right, it's actually in cleanup by now. So yeah, I have an entity which is actually not shown here, but I have an entity which has the entity tag bingo string tester, and then so in here like what's the next thing that's being executed is remove items, and what remove items does is it removes items from the temporary list of items which have the category of the item that was last selected, essentially making sure that no item can be selected that's in the same category of the item that was last selected. And if you remember, like that's item categories, I explained that earlier. So this is an item category. So if I select redstone block on a slot, then what the game needs to do is it needs to remove the redstone repeater, the sticky piston, and the normal piston from the remaining list of items. And for that, it essentially needs to check if the categories, so there are items that have multiple categories. So what it needs to do is it needs to check if any of the categories that the last selected item, so in this case it's just simple redstone, if any of these are part of the item it currently looks at. So in here what it does is it appends, so it sets up a string tester tag cache. That's just a normal storage, that's nothing to do with an entity, and it sets the tag that entity should always have, and then it appends from the current item the ID value, which is just a string ID, to this NBT array. And then what it does in this function is so this function is executed for every item that's still possible to be selected, and it modifies, and apparently, wait, let me check. Oh right, yeah. I execute this whole iteration. I execute on that entity. So in generate card, I already do that, I think. Generate slot, yeah. So I have an area effect code with the tag string tester, and I execute as that entity, which means I can reference this entity as at s at any point, which is just at s is a more performance selector than this. So writing this every time would cause lag and would actually make it less performant. But if you can use at s, then that's more performant. And then it sets the text array to the string array that we set up, and it tries to append the ID of the categories that it can of the item. It tries to append all category IDs of that item to the text array, and the way this text array works is that every string needs to be unique, so it removes duplicates, and then I can check if I can, like, what it does here is it gets the active categories length. So doing a storage get on active categories returns the length of the array, and then it checks if that length is the length it should be or not. And if it's not the length it should be, that means there was a duplicate and we have an item with a category that matches the category of the item we last generated. And yeah, that's a technique I came up with recently, and I'm not sure if anyone else came up with that. So let me catch up with chat after that diversion. Yeah, I read Malbakato's messages and got distracted. You can't use Java for vanilla Minecraft. Well, yeah, you can do Java mods, and then that's not vanilla anymore. To do something like bingo, then it's way more difficult. Well, you could also do bingo in a less difficult way than I'm making it. Just saying. Just wanted to know if making data packs was challenging. Thank you for the insight. You're welcome. I'm pretty sure loot tables don't work on the Dragon, but yeah, it's still not that hard. I would be surprised, but yeah, I would think that loot tables would work on the Ender Dragon just like normal. Don't want to interfere too much with your development today. No, that's fine. I want to be interfered with. That's why I'm streaming. Otherwise, I would just not stream. Then I can't be distracted. Was thinking of starting simple with something like crafting recipes to learn and also tweaking some of the music of the game. Yeah, crafting recipes are quite simple, and for the music you will need a resource pack, which is sort of the client-side version of a data pack. So data pack is what runs on the server side, and yeah, if you have a proper server, then it needs to be loaded on that server, and in single player that difference still technically exists to some degree. And yeah, resource pack is for the client, and you could change sounds in that. Speaking of Java versus Minecraft function, why don't you use Trident for bingo? I probably asked you before but forgot. So my design, that goes sort of in the design philosophy I have for bingo. So I imagine there's quite some entrance hurdle already with all the storage stuff I'm using, but I want to make sure that if you know Minecraft function and you only know Minecraft function, you can read the source code and you can just change something there and it works. And I don't want to use something like Trident. I explicitly don't want to use any kind of system that means that you need to do pre-processing in order for the functions to run. So what I recently implemented is a build script, and that does change some parts of the function. So there's what I can show you as well is I think that's maybe in tick, just the normal tick function. Yes. So yeah, okay. There's 9 script uncomment and 9 script remove. And what that does is it uncomments this line here, and it removes this line here. So essentially, there's like a different message if you were to download, and I can actually also show that in the Firefox scene, which is currently apparently not working. Okay, now it's working. So if you were to go to code, maybe you saw, you just found the bingo 9.1er bingo repository and you don't really know how this works, and you see, okay, here's the code, or I can download the zip, and then you could download the zip and also play this as a data pack, and then you would be greeted with a different message for downloading the resource pack, which essentially says that, I don't exactly know what it says, but um, yeah, you can get the resource pack for master as well, just like you did with the data pack. So and what it does in production is it gives you a download link for the resource pack, which is like a packaged version. But since like the master version, if it's not a release, is not really properly supported, I show a different message. But the point is, this still runs. So you can just plug this put this in your database folder, and it works. And you don't need to change anything. You don't need to run a build script. You can just put this in the database folder and start changing things and make pull requests. And you don't need to use something like Trident. And this is just, and the 9 script thing is just an enhancement that makes the build easier. And yeah, that's just the design philosophy I have. Why is there some loot table thing for Shulkerbox in this data pack? For something that is currently not used. So essentially, the loot table for Shulker boxes lets you, if you have a storage with a player inventory, you can clone this storage, this inventory storage in the Shulker box, and then with this custom loot table, you can break this Shulker box and put it in the player inventory with like all the slots set up, or maybe not the slots set up correctly, but yeah, you can that way you can put items from a storage into the player inventory. And in 1.16 it is not possible to get to modify the player inventory NBT. In, I think, maybe even 1.17, at least in a later version, there's like a /item command which lets you do this as well. But in 1.16 that's not possible, and there was like a planned feature which is still currently planned but will be delayed until later release, which is is supposed to let you set up starting items, and you could like set up your inventory in the way that you start the bingo game with. So you could like put 3 boats in your inventory, save that configuration, and then later and enable that configuration, and when you spawn into the bingo game, you would then start with 3 boats in exactly the same slots as you put them when you save the configuration. But yeah, that's kind of obsolete now. Crafting recipes are quite simple, except a few annoying ones that are hard-coded. Yeah, and you can't do some things like NBT, so you can only have as output a simple item without. So you couldn't make a crafting recipe for a treasure map, for example, because that would require NBT. Is Bingo having a major update for 1.19? If 1.19 is still the latest version, then a version for that would be ready, then yes, and otherwise, so there will be a major update for a recent Minecraft version like 1.19 or maybe 1.20. The CTMC, CTM community, yeah, I think, has ingrained in me that ticking at ease bad. That is true. Am I ticking at ease somewhere? Maybe. I hope not too much. But yeah, at ease bad. Not before 5.0 releases and not soon anyway. Yeah, so yeah, 5.0 will release somewhat shortly though. So if you actually look at release milestone, so there are a few enhancements and then just some bug fixes which should be fairly quick. And there's not a lot to do anymore for the 5.0 release. So maybe it will be in June still. We'll see. 9 will have to rewrite most of the generation code for 1.18, which is a lot of work. That's so I assume you mean the custom world definitions, which is different from generation code. But yes, I have to rewrite this, and I actually also have to rewrite the free generation. So if you click the start game sign, you know how there's like the terrain pre-generation, and yeah, in 1.18 something changed about how the force load command works, which means that chunks that you force load are not immediately available after you run that command, and you have to like delay it for a tick or something like that. And yeah, I need to change something for that as well. And I want to rewrite the terrain generation anyways to enable some nice new features there, and make it better, and yeah, stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's bad, not corn making or anything, but not really. I assume that's probably about the entity tags thing. Speaking about entity tag, just short, yeah. I asked this on Discord server. Apparently, resource packs can only make music play all around the overworld, while data packs let you tweak the biome the music plays in. Oh yeah. So yeah, I was thinking you meant you wanted to just replace the music that plays anyway. So but you can, like with custom world definitions, I think like the biome lets you define tracks that can play in that biome specifically, and otherwise you could also set that up with a function. You could check the, but yeah, that would be more work because you would need to keep track of things. But yeah, I think it's possible with word definitions. Perhaps have a link at the top of the readme that indicates someone to download to the download link, similar to AA tool readme. I don't know what that is. So for the full release, I want to not have the GitHub link, the main download link anyway. So there will be like there's like SourceForge or something like that. There will be like a proper setup for that where you can like download the release. And yeah, maybe I can link to that in the readme as well. I don't know yet. This is truly the definite bingo mod. Data pack, yeah, that's the correction I just wanted to make, and you corrected yourself already. So yeah, there's a bunch of other bingo data packs as well. So there's a She's version, which I believe is released for 1.17. I'm not sure if they made a 1.18 or 1.19 version by now. Maybe they struggle with Vulture, I don't know. But yeah, that's a version that exists, and there's also Fly2, which I have no idea what the most recent version is. But yeah, like, I mean, I might be slightly biased, but I would also agree that my version is the best version. But yeah, I'm biased, so don't ask me, I guess. Minecraft already uses biome dependent music in the Nether and Ocean. Yeah, yeah. But if you want biome dependent in a biome that doesn't have, you need a data pack. Yeah, yeah. That's true. And you can, if you look at the vanilla version files, you can see how it's done in the Nether, for example, and then like apply that to a different biome. So the infert, at least, thank you for the help. This is like, I am seeing the inner development in a company. So cool. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's nice. I'm not a company, but yeah. Somebody in the, I still assume that means CTM community recently showed a trick to fake NBT crafting seamlessly, but it requires shaders, which is just extra cursed. Huh. To fake NBT crafting. So it uses a shader to display an item differently? I still don't see how that would work though. Because you would need some kind of indication that this is a custom item. And shaders are just client side. So it can't change anything about the item server side. So you would need some kind of indication. Yeah. I don't see a way to do that, but yeah. Would be interesting to look into, I guess. And yeah, shaders is also something I wanted to look into at some point. And maybe there's like, so what I was considering a while back is to have like a custom player skin on like a head, on a player head, and then have like data in there in like the pixels. Um, and then you can like upload a new texture, and then like the pixel data changes, and you could have a shader that basically reads the data. And what I was thinking about, and that's like some ancient thing I thought about for bingo, is you could have like, if there's like a proper bingo leaderboard, you could update, you could have a leaderboard in the bingo map that updates whenever there's like a new submission. But I don't know if this is feasible at all. I have not looked into shaders at all, but I think it should theoretically be possible, but I don't know. Definitely not replace the music, just add more. Yeah, that's definitely, that's a, so I would say that world definitions are a little bit more complicated than maybe some other things, but not too much. And it's essentially, it's just a JSON file. And if you read through this JSON file, and especially if you like look at a nether biome where there is already custom music, then you could fairly easily adjust that for a different biome and modify it that way. So that shouldn't be too bad. So that's a cool first project, and it also gives you the opportunity to go into world gen, which is just very cool. Core shaders. Yeah, I don't know what that means. It would be pretty cool if Modwinth had a section for database in the future. I don't know what Modwinth is, but I guess. I also agree. Hello, Thomas. Thomas? I don't actually. I think your name is pronounced Thomas. I don't know. Hey, and what do you agree with? I think I was catching up with chat, so I'm not. I don't know the context anymore. I remember reading CurseForge puts data packs in the resource pack section. That sounds bad, but like I wouldn't put it in the data pack or resource pack section. I would put it in the map section because it's a downloadable world file, so I don't think there's anything to argue there. There you go, found it for you. What is that? And why does it open in browser? I guess let's copy it to Discord. And then, oh, that's the shader thing, I guess, yeah. I'm not gonna watch that video now, but I'm definitely gonna look into that later. Thank you. C418 has some more tracks in volume alpha beta which didn't make it into the game, which fit into Minecraft a lot. It was definitely what inspired me. Yeah, if you could use those tracks, and if they have an appropriate license, you could also distribute the pack then. But yeah, if you use tracks from someone else and distribute them in a resource pack or something like that, always make sure you have the license. It's the best bingo data pack. Thank you. And both Thomas ways sound the same to me, so whatever you prefer. So it's either Thomas with like a T or Thomas with a TH, like an English TH. So Thomas or Thomas. NBT crafting, yeah. Mudwind is the new open source alternative to CurseForge. Oh yeah. And there's like also like Minecraft Maps, I think is a website that exists. Like I can upload it to more pages to like increase discoverability. Definitely not for distribution. C418 owns those tracks. Yeah, I mean if there's like a Creative Commons license or something like that that would allow you to distribute them while giving credit or something like that, you could still distribute it, but yeah, that's something you would need to figure out. Both are fine. Okay. That doesn't help me. I think I'm probably just gonna switch around them randomly anyways because yeah, whatever. Has mods and mod packs and beta now. Okay, yeah, then I couldn't upload it there, I guess. It's an accurate expression, yeah. Okay, I think I need to take a sip. Stay hydrated. So if you didn't hydrate in some time and were listening to me with open ears, you can maybe also take a sip. So, hydrate or die. Exactly. So, what were we doing? Lots of distraction. I like it. So I think I was maybe working on the setting page here. So I made right, yeah, okay, I remember. So we made the menu, but we didn't have the functionality. And actually, shouldn't this wait? Yeah. maybe it's not reloaded. Okay. Wait, no, we made something for the other case. So I click this, and then yeah, okay, then it shows. Okay. And yeah, we wanted to do the functionality for clicking this link. So you can do essentially everything you can do with Minecraft functions. You can do with command blocks. It's just that command blocks well, they are more annoying because you like if I give myself a command block. Oh, I need to be in creative to place it. So I have a single line here. And this is just a single command I can put in here. And then what I would need to do is have a chain command block, which the commands are then executed the way these are pointing. And then I could have a second command here, but I can only look at one command at a time. And if I have like two commands here, and discovered, oh, I need to insert a command here, and I have like a long chain here already, I would need to like move all those commands over one and then insert one here, and that's just more annoying. That's one thing. And the second thing is, what you can do with functions is you can iterate. And yeah, there are a lot of iterations here. I use that a lot. Let's maybe do card generation again. So generate card. Wait, no, random card. So generate card sets the wait, where's this? Okay, it sets the card gen, it's the slot number to 0, and then it executes generate slot, and generate slot then executes this function if the slot is 25 or lower, 24 or lower, and this function is cleanup and next slot, and cleanup and next slot then calls the generate slot function again. And there's some other cleanup stuff that's not important right now. And generate slot is this function. And what it also does is it increments the slot by 1. So the first iteration it will be 0, then it will be 1, then it will be 2, and so on until it's at 24. And so what this essentially means is you can have an iteration, so you can have a condition to check at the end of a function and then call the same function again. In this case it's not the same function because I have sort of split it in two functions, but like the remove item that I showed earlier, there is, yeah, it just runs the same function again as long as there are items to check. It just runs the same function again, and you can't do that with command blocks. But here you can just run the same code until a certain condition is fulfilled. And well, with command blocks you can sort of, actually, and I think I just glimpsed that chat, maybe that's what Malbakato said, you can have like a loop like this, and then there's like certain NBT tag, like usually all command blocks can only run once in a tick, so they can only be run once per tick. So this in general wouldn't work, but there's an NBT tag you can set on the command block to to remove or disable that check. And then you could do a loop like that, and like if this command has a condition, it could then change the orientation of that command, and then it could like continue here or something. But yeah, it's just a pain. So, oh, and I'm not showing the game. So yeah, you could have a loop like that, and then if this command block has a condition, then you could like change maybe the orientation of that command block and then continue here. But yeah, that's just a pain, and in general you don't want to do this, and you want to use functions. Functions are better. That being said, there are command blocks here. And there's also a reason there are command blocks here. Because I'm doing something that I couldn't do without command blocks. And yeah, exactly. So you see the current bingo card has Rabbitite in the first slot. And I need a way to detect the player having Rabbitite, and then if so, like mark the item for the player's team, and remove the item from the player's inventory. And one way to do that would be to check, okay, does Rabbitite exist on the card? If yes, then check every player and do this every tick. But what I do instead is, and this allows me, if I go to the init fill registries, so this is where items are registered as well, and you see there's a clear command here and a detect command. And this means that if I want to add a new item, well, I need to change the resource pack to be able to display the item on the map. That's one thing. And the other, but this only thing I need to change in the data pack is I need to add a new line in this function to register the item, which defines the clear and detect command. And then when a card is generated, what it does is it copies that command into these command blocks. So there's, for example, checks for Rabbitite in this command. If a player has Rabbitite, it checks this in that command, and then there's like something else that runs here, and then yeah, it runs the announce function if like it detected Rabbitite before, and then there's like, I think what this command block does is okay, yeah, this command block sets the slot. So okay, so there are command blocks here that never change, and there are command blocks that depend on the item that is shown on the card, and most of them never change. So this one is just removes the bingo clear tag, and that is used to indicate that we need to clear an item for that player. We also remove the got item tag, which I don't exactly know what this is used for. Yeah. Actually, wait. Yeah, I don't exactly know what it's used for. And here, this is the command block that checks the slot 0. So slot 0 is changed like according to the storage. And then this sets the slot NBT in the storage to slot 0, and for a different slot that would be slot 1. So like these commands exist for every slot. And then it yeah, for people not in the lobby who have the item and have not gotten slot 0 yet, it runs the function check and announce, and check and announce then checks if the team already got the item, so and then announces the item get and also marks the item on the bingo card, and then yeah, there are some modifications that happen to the slot, and it sets that to slot 0 again, whatever the function modified, and then it adds the slot 0 to the player, and it clears rabbit hide. So that would be another command that is dependent on what's shown on the card, and that's what I use command blocks for in this map. And there's actually another use case for command blocks in this, which is not as complicated, which is just for the team switch. So instead of having a function that checks is this button pressed, which would be possible, I could like hardcode this position and check is this button pressed, and then like run these commands for the player that is closest or something. But instead I just run 2 command blocks here, and yeah, that's another use case for command blocks. So if you have a redstone signal and you want to activate a command from a redstone signal, you can use command blocks. That's a pretty simple use case for command blocks. So there's a lot of chat again. So you ask of command blocks here. Alright, I get it now. So it works, but it's inefficient. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, functions are also more performant in terms of lag. That's also a true statement. What do you currently also, yeah, wait, I went back by accident. So it works, but it's inefficient. You need data packs for loot tables, recipes, etc. Yeah, that's also true. So command blocks can only run commands, and yeah, data packs have like some JSON files that you can adjust, like loot tables or recipes or worldgen. So yeah, for the worldgen thing you mentioned, for the soundtrack that's biome dependent, you would need a data pack. It's not possible with command blocks. And I remember those maps with creators making hundreds of thousands of command blocks work together. Yeah, those were the times, right? Yeah. Yeah, back in the day, like, I mean, this is the good version of command blocks, right? You have like chain command blocks and you have repeating command blocks. Back in the day, you only had the impulse command block and you couldn't chain command blocks. And the way you ran commands within a game tick, multiple commands that needed to have a specific order was you had like a fill clock, so you had like 2 command blocks here, one filled stone, one filled redstone blocks, and then you had like redstone blocks all the way here, and don't comment on how this shape looks, and then you had like command blocks here next to that, and like the fill command has a deterministic order, so you would know like depending on the direction. So this is facing positive x, and I think the fill command fills in positive direction, so this command block would run first, then this command block, then this command block, and that's how you needed to chain things, and it was a pain. Anyway, good old fill clock days. Exactly. Bingo was invented by Tupine. You can play around a bit in the 3.1 version and lose your mind over the number of command blocks. Yeah, I actually did that and wanted to, but it was just curious how he handled certain things, and yeah, I got lost. And like, I mean, Brian also used some sort of script or something to generate command blocks, and like it's a mess. You can't really figure out a lot. Like I figured out some stuff, but yeah. Scene. I hope that wasn't for too long, because I certainly did not see that. Are the command blocks in the one lobby zoom behind iron door used for anything or just decoration? Yeah, you answered that. But actually, Brian didn't place most of them by hand, used an F-sharp program that made Minecraft worse, which supposedly made it easier. Yeah. I'm sorry if I'm disturbing a lot, you're explaining quite a lot. No, I, if I wouldn't like explaining, I would just give you a short answer. That's always a possibility. It's almost like making a function with a function. With the command block thing for Brian, yeah, you could say that. Nine invented macros in Minecraft. I don't understand what you mean by that. Don't understand quite a lot of this, but I did learn. What I did learn was interesting. This stuff is gonna take some hard work. Yeah, so depending on what you're doing, like the thing you mentioned, I think that's a fun first project, and maybe you can get into some different things as well then. And I mean, that's also like, I mean, I know a lot of stuff about data packs. That wasn't always the case. I also had to like start experimenting with some easy things. Like I didn't like magically download some information into my brain or something like that. Like it's always hard work. I would be a great teacher. Well, thank you. Have their own use cases now. Yeah, but like functions are the in most cases they are superior. Well, a simple data pack you could probably do in a day. Bingo is far from simple. I mean, a simple data pack you could do in 10 minutes if it's very simple. So, yeah. The thing you mentioned for the tracks, that would take more than 10 minutes, but like, and it, like, if you learn things, then a day is feasible, I would say. If you already know what you're doing, you probably need like an hour or maybe a little bit more than that, but I wouldn't say more than 2 hours. But yeah, if you're still learning stuff, of course, it might take like, it might even take multiple days. That's just how it goes. Um, it's then played a big role for command blocks. I remember seeing repeaters upon repeaters. Yeah. How long do you plan to stream? Well, it's open end. If I'm tired, I will stop. Yeah, I guess maybe I wanna watch Clover stream, so that would mean that it's at most like until 2300 hours my time, which is in 2.5 hours. But yeah, it's open end, and I might also go for longer than that. We will see. Placing command blocks with functions to basically create functions at runtime, sort of like a macro in a proper language. Ah, that's what you mean. Well, I'm not placing command blocks though. Um, the command blocks themselves are actually placed. Well, you could say they are technically placed by a function, but they are in this structure file. So here they are, and there's a function that loads the structure file, and I just put commands into those command blocks in maybe what you could call a macro style. I'm not sure, and I didn't like I realized, like, I think I might have come up with the idea at the time, but like the what uh Crowdford, or what are they called in the Discord, the Crowdford with their crazy maps. So like, what's that one called again? Um, Tales of Glathford. I think they also use it there for some logic and have like commands and storage. Like I remember them have they I remember them needing to make an update for 1.16.5, and they had like a working version for 1.16.4, and in 1.16.5 nothing changed. There was like a security bug fix or something like that. And the reason they needed to make an update is because the data version changed and they had a storage that was so big that if Minecraft tried to update the data version, even though that really didn't need to do anything, it crashed the game because it would load this entire storage into RAM. And well, if they operate on the storage, apparently it doesn't load the entire storage into RAM, or I don't know, maybe it was just a lot of data to process at once or something like that. But it crashed the game if you tried to open the 1.16.4 version in 1.16.5. So there you go. You can be a lot crazier than I'm in Bingo. So I think what I'm doing is quite reasonable. Dang, how is it already Saturday? That's crazy. I don't know. Time flies. Amazing stream to join. Thank you. I'm leaving now, but I will leave with some knowledge. Have a nice day. I forgot about the VS Code extension, or well, the structure feature of the NBT Viewer. Yeah, that's actually a different. So that's not the Data Pack Helper Plus. That's the a lot of extensions apparently. NBT Viewer, yeah, by MySode. Yeah, that can show you structures, which is quite nice. I like that. And it also, you can also edit NBT files in Visual Studio like that, so you can switch to default even for this, and like I could change the state of this block to something else, which I'm not gonna do now. Yeah, and you can also, for example, see the level dot, which is more useful. But I have NBT Studio, which is useful if you want to do more complex stuff. Yeah, modifying the contents of command blocks even more macroish, and obviously we weren't the only one to invent that. Crashing DFU, I don't know what that means. With NBT search is too good. Yeah, I don't know what DFU means, but I understood the content of the message. Yeah, I used it before, just forgot about the structure viewer. Oh, another 9-script thing. Yeah. Yeah, I did. It's actually quite interesting now because I loaded the level dot from there, and like my development world now, instead of the release name, now has 9-script version long name here. And yeah, and that's replaced on release. Isn't it data fixer upper? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, thank you for the follow. So Unlocks followed actually before the stream. Retro Destroyer already left, but he followed, or they followed. I don't want to see genders here. And also thank you Thomas for the follow. Yeah. I just couldn't. I didn't connect the dots. I think they even have like a open source version of that. Like it's a library they use in Minecraft, and I think they have it open source on GitHub. So maybe we can actually develop something again. Let's see how successful this attempt will be. uh, I like it, by the way. I think this is fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. And yeah, I was sort of hoping to be able to release pre-release 3 today, actually. But yeah, maybe yeah, I mean tomorrow. I'm not sure how much time I will have tomorrow, but yeah, we'll see. And then the release after that might be not pre-release but release candidate, which is exciting. And yeah, and then after the release candidate, I will like give it a week or something like that until I feel that people have played enough that there's no like major issue, and then it will be full release or another release candidate if something is wrong. So I wanted to I already made the function apparently. Am I calling the function? 70, I'm calling the function. Does this already work? Yeah, bug fixing and minor tweaks. So I considered feature complete. So what I'm doing now is, you could argue they are features, but it's really minor stuff. So it's not really, there's not really much risk of introducing bugs with adding a new component, and it's sort of more expanding a feature. And yeah, scene. I'm showing Visual Studio Code. So yeah, we have 73. So let's do something. So what's the current state of this? The current state is it's not enabled. Maybe I already did this. It's hard to keep track. Yeah, okay. I think this is already working then. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm considering to, and I think I want to do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I was just running around aimlessly. So the thing is, it would be nice to insert this below the position. The problem with that is, it could be that there is no space. So if I go here and add like 2 spaces or something, yeah. So this, and me like move those spacers down. So this is, if we have like this setup, it's not possible to add a slot, or there's essentially no slot left in this column, and therefore it is impossible to add something below the position here. So we would need to catch that, and if so, just insert it into the other column, or if that also is filled, we just don't insert it. Yeah. So the first step is to figure out in which column the position is actually in. And I can copy this code. So what this code does is it looks for the player position component and stores the slot ID in the scoreboard. And slots 0 to 4 are the left column, and slots 5 to 10 are the right column. And like that I can then pretty easily, and that's also something that's not possible with NBT. You can't check if a number lies in a range, but you can do that with scoreboards. So that's why I'm copying it into a scoreboard. So yeah, I suppose. Oh, and this is, yeah, let's call this I guess disable is fine. Can't be too verbose here, as there's a character limit, which is like 40, and we are at 38. So not a lot of room left. Yeah, and that's also like, that will be so nice in developing in 1.19, because they removed the character limit for scoreboard objectives and player names, or maybe they didn't remove it, but it's at least a lot higher now. So if the score if this score in temp matches, so 0 to 4 would be the right column, and then 5 to 10 would be the right column. I think I said right column before. This is left column. One function, and then we add to call 0, which is the internal name I use all the time, and that would be call 1, and then we create those functions. And yeah, maybe there's a case to have more folders here. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. So this will add the chunk coordinate, or attempts to add, because we didn't actually check if we can add to that, which will be part of this function most likely. Attempts to add the chunk coordinate to column 0. And there is this handy function here. What does this even do? Why is this so much? Oh yeah, because it needs to figure out the first slot, which is something we don't really need, because we want to sort of combine some things here. So I think I will probably not use this function. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is annoying, I suppose. So, okay, so we have the slot ID. And, yeah, slot 5 would actually be the spacer down here. So yeah, it's actually, this is maybe something I should mention. Oh right, yeah. So you have like, you know, go back to creative. If you have armor and you have absorption, then so on the on the left side here, there's no space for anything below the timer. However, on the right side, there's the only thing that can be shown here is the air meter. So we actually have more space on the right side, and there's actually, like, where the on the height of the armor icons here, there is another slot here, which by default is just a spacer, so that they are, by default they are lined up, but you could, if you wanted to, you could customize the HUD in a way that there is no spacer here, and have like a component shown here. So yeah, there's slot 5 here, and then this is slot 6, and this is slot 7. So, and likewise here slot 0, and then there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 in upwards order here. So, and in this function here, we are in the left column, so we have 0 to 4. And if we want to add below, that means we need to move the component up. And if it's in slot 4, then we know we don't have space, because then if it's in slot 4, then we can't move it up. Like, moving it up would override the slot 5 on the right side. Okay. So actually what we can do here is we can do, if it equals 0 to 3, we know there's potentially space. There also doesn't have to be space. Else we do have to, we probably, yeah, we could have like another component in slot 4. So we need to check if something is in slot 4 here anyway. So it's probably cleaner to just run this function anyway, even if it's in slot 4. And so the way this custom HUD works is that even if the slots are empty, there's always something there. And I think I can disabled just column. So if we go to like here, so yeah, you can see it adds like this component called bingo empty here, and that's sort of the way I can check if the slot is empty. I just check if there's a component called bingo empty, which just has a padding of 91, which actually has nothing to do with my username in this case. It's actually the hotbar is it has a width of like 91 times 2, which is 182. So the width of the hotbar is 182, and half of that is 91. And since we have like 2 columns there, the maximum width is 91. And that's just a coincidence. And this is not a negative space. This is space positive 91. Negative would be like this. But yeah, we also I also use negative spaces in general. Yeah, I also like that a lot. And somewhere there's a comment stating that 91 is just coincidence. It's not here apparently. Didn't feel like it in this function, but I think it's probably, maybe it's an add spacer. No. Maybe it's in it somewhere. There's a comment saying that it's just a coincidence. It's also space 91 here, or maybe it's like in custom. I don't want to search for it, but there's a comment somewhere, and I probably should add this in more places as well. But anyway, so essentially, yeah, maybe it is still. So how do I want to set this up? Yeah, maybe I just don't want to add. Maybe I just don't want to add the component when there's no space. Maybe that's fine. It's just adding it in a random place is kind of weird. On the other hand, it's also kind of weird to not add it if. Do I wanna add it always or not? Initialize component fill default call 0. So it is an init. No. Or fill default. Yeah. Space 91 is coincidentally, yeah. And it's probably in this one too, yeah. It's also in fill default one. So I think it makes sense to always edit. Like, unless of course there's also no space in the other column, then there's no way to edit. But yeah, like you have to have a lot of spacers and sort of provoke that if there's no space. Anyway, and it's actually, let me set this up correctly. I'm sorry, I think I might have just bumped the mic. Yeah. So I still think it's probably easier to think about if we, if data. Oh wait, I hate this. Yeah, I hate this bug. And Mojang calls it works as intended. Yeah, I think it's this one. So let's copy this comment. So what I would like to do is, so what I would like to do here is, if data current player components, and then okay, so I need to do storage temp bingo preferences HUD. So components 4, because that's the component we want to check, and then I would like to check, does this component have the ID of bingo empty? And if this is how you usually can do that, right? So if I don't have an index here, this works. If this was just a single component, of course. So what I would like to do is this, but it's impossible, and that's what that bug report here I think is about. And let me check that it's the correct one. Yeah. And what that means is, in order to check if for is empty, I do data modify storage temp bingo preferences HUD. I hope component is not used currently. Set from storage current player components 4, and bingo preferences HUD, and then I check this. And like that I can check it, but it's a command more and I hate it, and it's ugly. Would be so much nicer. Like, Slicelime, I think you're streaming, but maybe you're watching the VOD for some reason. If you see this, please implement this. Thank you. Anyway. And then I can do the same here with 10, and just copy this. Yeah. And then we will probably So these functions, what they will do is they will add to call so 0 below compass, below position, below the regular position, and then we will have functions. Oh, that was not correct. We will have functions that add. So there will be like the inverse. So execute unless this is true, and well, we can just rely on the other function then. Yeah, so we don't need to have any other check here. Add to call 1 then, because call 0 is full. And we add, yeah, we just add to call 1. It's just call it like that. And here it would be call 0 and also unless. So if we don't have empty there. And then we obviously need to, no, yeah, I know it doesn't exist. We obviously need to create those. And then let's maybe start actually. Okay, I think I wanna move stuff around. I think I want to move those functions. I want to move them to their own subfolder, just to have it a little bit cleaner. And the reason I'm renaming like this is that the extension in most cases handles like renaming this everywhere, and so we now need to do this. So, and that should fix that. And then yeah, what it doesn't do is for these within clauses, it doesn't rename it here. So this would be slash exec now. Maybe if the position is in column 1, but there is no space in column 1, then to 0 below the position, and then this one needs to be exec, and that's to temporary clip name for bug fix. Yeah, feel free to send that to him. Yeah, feel free to send that to SliceSlime. Also, a title would be appreciated if anybody has one. Call it. What's the ID? Call it MC13924 sucks. I think that's an appropriate name. Or you could, if you want to send it to Salesforce, you can also call it please fix triple quote, like here, works as intended, WAI, yeah, please fix triple quote, works as intended, MC13925. That would also work. And then Slashlame has a very clear message. Yeah. And the thing is, what I would usually do is I would flag the bug report for review, but someone already did that like a while back. Because like I'm a Mojiro moderator, right? So I can do that actually. But someone already did that, and yeah, they didn't provide a review reason. Maybe that's also part of the reason they didn't change their mind. But yeah, they already reviewed it once, and still were of the opinion that it is a works as intended. So yeah, but maybe Slashlime can pull some strings here. Anyway, so okay, we have below compass, and we know that actually we can do a little optimization here, because we can change this check to 3 and this check to 9. The check below, of course, still needs to be at 4, because it could be the compass item that is in slot 4. But for the check, for when we have space, we only need to check if the slot is between 0 and 3, and if it's not between 0 and 3, and if it is exactly 4, then like we don't need to have like this NBT lookup, which is like slight optimization. And so yeah, what we do here is similar to what I did earlier today, which is, yes. Okay, so just see. Okay, so this is disable chunk coordinate slot. So that matches 0 to 4. Then what we do is we set 4 from set from three. Okay, so if this is 0 to 3, then we move whatever currently is in 3 to 4. And if it's at least that, we need to move whatever currently is in 2, we need to move it to 3. And then 0 to 1, we move 1 to 2. And then if it is 0, we move 0 to 1 as well. So what this, if I didn't make a mistake, what this should do is it should move all the slots above and including the player position up by 1, leaving a duplicate player position in the place where we want to insert the chunk position. And then, yeah, we probably need to hardcode all possibilities. I don't think there's another way. But that's not too bad, it's just 4 of them. So we set it to, if it's 3 we do something, if it's 2 we do something, if it's 1 we do something, and if it's 0 we do something. So, and what we do is custom HUD should have a components array which should include something with the ID of bingo player chunk position. And if it's 3 we set it to 3. So what this should do now is if the slot that the player position used to be in is 3, it copies from components which I believe exists, and has just a list of all components that are there, and it copies the chunk position with all the data in there. And yeah, probably I just want to copy this a bunch of times now. So 3, 2, 1, 0, 3, 2, 1, 0, 3, 2, 1, 0. And this, I think, should already work. So I guess let's check. So we implemented the left column now. So, well, first let's reload. Let's go to this one, move this to the left, and then, oh, we don't, okay, I need to add this first, left, and merge it. So it should be merged now, yes, you can see it behind chat. It's yellow now, and then we go to left, go to settings, we see this option, and now let's see what happens. Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, yeah, okay. So it did do that correctly, but so the question is, did it run this function? And I'm just inserting a say hi command, and I'm too lazy to switch scene. So everything I did was inserting a slash hi command, a say hi command at the top of the function where we copy stuff, and I just want to see that it's executed. Okay. It did not say hi. Did I reload? I think I reloaded, right? Chat, did I reload? So you're basically swapping HUD components based on the position of where to put the chunk coordinates. I was gone for a bit. you could call it swapping. I would call it moving. So I move up. Well, not I move up, but so essentially, if the slot is between 0 and 3, I move whatever. So yeah, if the player position is currently in slot 0 to 3, I move whatever is in slot 3 to slot 4. And then if it's between 0 and 2, I move whatever is in slot 2, I move it to slot 3, and so on. And then, depending on in which slot the player position used to be in, I am copying, I'm setting the chunk position in there. So for some reason the function did not run, and people are saying I reloaded, and the function is always safe because I have a useful feature turned on in Visual Studio Code, which means it's saved automatically whenever I change something. Slot 4 is assured to be empty. So in this case, I execute if the compass is in slot 0 to 3. So if it's in slot 4, we don't need to execute the function. And I also check that, so I copy, that's a workaround for the annoying bug. I copy slot 4 to this, and I check if that slot is ID bingo empty. And if it's not empty, I'm not running this function. So I'm guaranteed to overwrite a bingo empty there, and that's fine. But yeah, I assume something. Yes, it does run, or it should run this function if the extension updated this correctly, but it did. So something about this condition is probably not quite right. So let's do a tell var 9-1er, and I like to do my name here just so that later I can make sure I can like search my functions for tellvar 9-1er and remove all debug tellvars that way. So yeah, that's just like how I like to do things. So let's check what's in here. After I run this, and also print the score with name, no, not like this, with name slot and objective temp. And let's see what happens now. Whatever. Yeah, I wish I already implemented the other thing. So I did reload, right? Let's reload again to be sure. And nothing and 1. So 1 is the slot, which is correct. So the timer is in 0, this is in 1, and it set nothing for for the component. So for some reason, I guess this is not quite right. Current player components. That's, oh, it's right, I think. Yeah, okay, it's, and I still don't know why I did that, but for some reason I don't use a temp. Usually I use like temp bingo for temporary stuff. For some reason, current player, I just have it in custom HUD, which, like, custom HUD is not meant for temporary stuff, but like, I don't know. For some reason I did it this way. And I think that should probably fix it. So let's try again. I'm getting better at this scene switching thing. You could, in theory, access it because it's just NBT files, right? And you can open NBT files with the extension, but I don't have. I don't have the world. Huh? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I don't have the world files in my current folder setup, so I can't do that easily. But like, if I need to look at storage, I either run an in-game command, or I can also look at it via File Explorer. But yeah, like, in here, like, the reason I do telwas rather than look at the storage is like, you see how I'm using current player here, and well, in this case, the current player should always be the same, and I don't think I'm deleting it, but in many cases, there's like a function that loops, and the storage like changes within the same game tick and stuff like that, and like, it's usually a lot easier to just do a telvar in the function, because otherwise you're so limited, because if there's something that loops and changes within the same tick, you can't check it like that. So I'm just used to doing telvars. I think in this case we probably could have looked in the storage, but yeah. So, okay. Yeah, so this this worked and it didn't work, but now it's correct now, and yeah, and I need to do that anyway. So you saw that it, like, the HUD glitched out for a moment there. So it's probably something. Yeah, it's like a score I can set to update it right away. I just don't know where that is. Maybe it's in here. Next page stuff. No, that's something else. Filter disabled. Yeah, it should be. It should really be here. I guess it's not here, but rather where this is called. Maybe no. I mean, I could also, yeah, I guess it's probably easier to find it here because definitely I check this here, right? Okay, so it's score at S bingo hut. So what I need to do is I need to do scoreboard players at S and was like bingo dot hut or something. Players set at S hut update hut to 1. So what this will, so the reason it glitched out is that so the hut, as you see it here, or the components within the hut, they are only updated when they're needed to. So if I stand completely still like this, the position is never actually recalculated. And in this case, that meant that probably, yeah, that there was no actual value set in the chunk position component here. So there was no like pre-calculated display set, and that's why it couldn't show anything, and that's why it glitched out. And by setting this update HUD to 1, I sort of force our components to update, and that's what I just did. And that's just, yeah, and I just check this score being 1 in all the components when I figure out if they need updating. And I should, however, also do this in here. I was just too lazy before, but yeah. Yes, so in, I believe 1.17, at least in 1.18, there is like a slash debug function command, and then you can type in the function name. And what that does is it generates a log file into your Minecraft folder, and you can see all the like in order the commands it executed, the functions it ran. It like does some indentation when it steps into a function, and that's very useful when you have like something like an infinite loop. You can like see where it breaks, or and it also says in some cases it says like what it does. It will like have an like the output line essentially. So if you remember uh, in a command block, or even when you run it in chat, so if I do like slash scoreboard players set 91, I don't know, bingo dot state, set it to 1, it says set bingo state for 91 to 1. It will also include things like that. So it will include the command it ran and then like the output. So set bingo state for 91 to 1. It will include that as well, and that's really useful, but it's not available in 1.16. Yeah, exactly what Malva said. Oh, scene. Yeah. Yeah. So I just basically ran this to and set it to 1, and it has the output set bingo state to 1. And yeah, you can do function. You can like do slash debug, and then like debug exists, but not debug function, and then the function name. Yeah, I need to turn on the lights. It's getting dark outside, so just give me a second there. So I'm back. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the exact output is. Um, but yeah, like it's useful. And something just disconnected. That was my sound. Okay, it's back. I don't know what that was. I hope you still hear me. Didn't say anything. I see microphone output though, so it should be fine. I hope. Not sure what that was. That's scary. um. So anyway, we can remove the say hi here, and we can pretty much copy this into here, and so we have 5 to 9 now. And yeah, we have, as I mentioned before, there is one more slot here, so this should end up being, yeah. So this should be 5 to 6 and then 5, because like the right side has one slot more for the reason I mentioned before. And we also need to consider that. So this would be from 9, from 8, from 7, from 2, 9 to 8 to 7 to 6, 8. Oh no, yeah, okay, so this is 2 slot 10, 2 slot 9, 2 slot 8, 2 slot 7, and 2 slot 6. That makes sense, yeah. And this is from 9, from 8, from 7, from 6, and from 5. Okay, so 5 to 9, 10 to 9, yeah, I think I changed everything up here. And then if it is 9, 8, 7, 6, or 5, and here we copy to 9, 8, 7, 6, or 5. And then, and I think I already want to do that. So essentially, we should be able to just use this function here because I made it for exactly this. One. It's not immediately obvious in this case. We need to input temp bingo had to be added. Okay. So essentially what I do here is this. Storage. So I set to be added to this, and then I just run the function add to 0. And that's just a function that is used in other places where I just add to the first available slot. There's no comment here yet. Yeah, just add to the first available slot of the column, and it just reads from to be added. And in theory, all of this should be functional now, and we can test it. So yeah, let's start by moving this to the right and enabling this again, and then so the expected result here is that the chunk coordinate display is added above the timer. And the reason for that is that this column is currently full because I added the spacers. And it didn't do anything? No, okay. Did I reload? I think I actually forgot to reload. And Malba said also reload question mark, yes. Okay, can I like, no. Okay, I also, yeah, okay. Okay, so the expected result is it should be added above the timer. And it removed seed and placed it here. So something is wrong about the check that is supposed to make sure that the column is not full. So let's check that. Probably, yeah, same mistake as before. I only fixed it for the left column but not the right column, so now this should hopefully work. Switch scene, reload. So right, I wanna do this, and then back again, add the seed here again, go to the right, go to this, click this, and it's added above the timer, nice. And actually let me remove these debug toolbars. And then let's remove the spacers. Let's put this back into this, and let's do this, and it's added below. Nice. And yeah, technically I still need to test if the left column is working. So let's do this first, then move this to the left, and Then add some spacers here. And try to add this. And it didn't do anything, I think. Yeah, it didn't do it. Also didn't break this. It just didn't add this here. Okay. So, yeah, it's definitely enabled now. So so this should be the add to one case. So it should be this. So it executes if it's in CO2 4. This is 4, right? Not making that up. Actually, can I get a cursor? Like, yeah, this is maybe nicer. Then I don't need to clear shut all the time. So this is 0, and there's 1 here, 2 here, 3 here. So it's kind of hard to say. I guess let's do slash data get storage bingo custom hut, and then players 0 dot components 4 dot id. Yeah, it's the position. So 4 should be correct. So it is in 4. So this should match 0 to 4. Then this should include empty here. Yeah, it should not include empty. Yeah. So unless this is empty, run the function. Yeah. So that should work. Oh, but you do add to call. Okay, that's a copy paste. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it tried to add to 1, but it tried to add to column 0, but that failed, of course. Okay. Do I have this set up here? So let's reload. Get the menu. Left side. Settings. Do this. And now it works. Okay. And you didn't see that. Just trust me, it worked. I'm not doing it again. And now, what? Okay. I think it just switched to black and then back. I don't know what that was. Maybe I have like a weird keybind setup or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is also on it's like up there now. This is the usual. Wait, what? Why is this black now? Okay. I don't know what this is doing, but anyway. I think I rather use this scene though because it's the scene I've set up. Anyway, so we have the chunk. By the way, what do you think about this icon? Do you know what this is supposed to resemble? This icon. I just couldn't come up with anything else. No clue. Yeah. I'm waiting if Malva has something to say. Okay. So yeah, but this is, yeah, I can't see it. I guess I can make it a little bit bigger. I just hate this in general. But now it's a little bit bigger. Maybe that helps. Maybe dark background is better. And maybe what objectives set display sidebar side nothing. Well, I never had Twitch full screen crash for me. I don't know. But yeah, what this is supposed to be is, yeah, exactly, Malva. This. But yeah, I just chunk coordinates, which icon to use, I don't know. I just threw this together. I'm not sure it's a good one, but isometric, I don't know what that means. Isometric, yeah, I don't know what that means. But yeah, let's make this to 2 again. I actually usually I run on 3, but then I'm on 1080p, and yeah, then it's essentially it feels the same as this. So when I'm on 720p, I need to use 2. Yeah, like if you have any better ideas for the icon that maybe people understand a little bit better, you can make suggestions or whatever. I just don't have any other idea. So there's one thing I still want to test, and that is, but I think I already kind of accidentally tested it. What if both of like all of these are full? So like both columns are full, and I now do this and click here. Yeah, nothing happens. Yeah, I probably took care of that in the other function that I just blindly called there. That's also interesting. So you can still click add disabled components, and it shows a list of disabled components, but you don't have any options here because both columns are full. That's funny. Yeah, probably this should be disabled, but then again, I don't care. So, okay, so there are some quality of life things that are still missing. So one of them is like in both these menus, if you click on component settings, well, first of all, this now, maybe that's something to do right now as the first thing. This should have a way to now just enable it. So we just need an wait. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, we need an unless here. So unless this is true, so either this is set to false or it is not set, which is the default, it's just empty. Then we just trigger 74. as blocks that you, I don't know. I don't know. I I don't know how that would really work. I mean, yeah, of course it's a lot of shit, but like I don't know how this, like I don't have an idea how you could do this with mining blocks. Like one thing you also always need to consider is um like this needs to be multiplayer friendly. And you could like have the player be teleported like in a separate room or something that is, I don't know, but yeah. Even for single player, I don't really know how I would do it with mining blocks. Like, would you have like the text in front of a block with like an armor stand or something? I don't know. And then like how are you doing settings? Like how are you doing inserting? Is that placing blocks? How do you obtain the blocks? I don't know. Really, yeah, you could, what you could do, which would be multiplayer friendly by default, is use an ender chest and then like move things around in the ender chest or something like that. But yeah, like wait, the single chest has 3 rows, so that wouldn't be enough, so that wouldn't work. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. A config with numbers. I'm not sure about that either. Yeah, you would need like a numeric ID for each component, I guess. Mm. Yeah, definitely not 5.0. Um, yeah, definitely not 5.0. So the problem also is that like this is customizable. So in theory, you could have like an expansion pack that adds a new component, and then like you could on startup give each component a numeric ID, but then like you don't really know the amount of IDs, so it's kind of difficult to make a numeric hash, and it could probably like, I mean, if you have a numeric hash, that implies there are at most 2 to the 32 options. And with this kind of stuff you get in like factorial yeah, and it's like factorial stuff for permutations, right? So 2 to 32 will actually very quickly run out. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's really possible. Yeah, you could do the thing that Sokoban, is that like a name? Sokoban collection does, and put the player in creative, give them a shulker box, and they put it in the saved hotbars and can retrieve it later. And who cares what's in the shulker box? It's a map that I played. Okay, yeah, that's more feasible because you could just have item data, like custom data in the tag stored of the item. It could even just be a single item probably. And then you probably would want to teleport the player to a specific spot to like make it server proof. And then like if the player like breaks out of that, then they just teleport it back and put in survival or something for servers. I'm sure they're like, yeah. And yeah, I think that would probably be okay. Um, command command blocks and stuff can only really be done if you're an operator, so there shouldn't be like any security concerns, I think. So yeah, that would be an option to have like an export as an item, and then you can save that item as a tool as a custom toolbar and load that on a server. Yeah, that would be an option. Yeah. So what 74 now needs to do is a bit over engineered. Mm, I mean, is it though? Like you click a sign, like you go to the sign, you click this, you have like an import settings button here. It teleports you somewhere, puts you in creative. It allows you to copy something from a custom hotbar, and if it detects an item with that in your inventory anywhere, it applies that configuration, puts you back in single player, and teleports you here. Like, that shouldn't be 2 minutes. It should be like one click here, then like whatever the key combination to load the hotbar, and then it teleports you back. It feels like maybe 5 seconds. I don't know. Oh, if you do it manually, yeah. I mean, that's also the thing. I don't really expect players to play on like 10 different servers. So yeah, I really didn't consider something like that. It's just like the thing that is annoying is whenever there's a new release, you need to do it. Um, because currently, and I say currently, there is no way to update Bingo without like resetting the map essentially, and that might also change at some point. I mean, there's things that I need to do for that anyway, for customizable stuff. Anyway, so I think what I can do is I can yeah, I can sort of reuse this. So what number is that? So don't think we need 74. I think we can just do enable, which is 71. So 71 is here. Yeah, I'm currently still doing stuff. So I want in the player position settings thing, if you do not have chunk coordinates merged into that, I want to provide the option there as well. So for example, chunk coordinates are completely disabled. You can go to the settings of the player position and enable like the merged thing there. I mean, you can ask any question at any point. I'm not I'm not prohibiting asking questions while I'm still doing stuff. And there were a lot of questions and a lot of people asking stuff before, and it doesn't have to be about bingo, right? Um, yeah. So the only thing that needs to be different is I don't remove the chunk position. So what this function enable chunk coordinates, what it currently does is it is called from the okay, it's currently, let's remove a spacer here, and oh, okay, that's currently not even there. And let's add it here. So this function that I just showed is what runs when you click this. So this merges the chunk position into the normal position, and then I can, for the settings of the XZ coordinates, I can reuse that function, but I need to consider that chunk coordinates might be disabled. So somewhere in here, yeah, in this function, I do like a moving thing again where, yeah, so this is if the chunk coordinate is in slot 0, then I move what, yeah, I move 1 to 0, so that's sort of the reverse of what we did earlier. And if it's in 0 or 1, I move 2 to 1 and so on. And then in 4, I add a bingo empty. And yeah, and the same for the stone here. Yeah, actually, I just realized I also need to do the sec at the end of this function. But that's not what I'm after right now. So this only seems to really do that. So and at the end I enable that. So essentially this just needs another check, right? So I just check if if chunk position exists, and then this should work, I think. Yeah, I would just want to ask whether I can actually pay attention to the answer, but before the stream ends. Ah, okay, so you're just doing something on the side, and you were fearing that I might end the stream. I see. Okay. I don't think I reloaded, so let's reload. Yeah, so that has, it says disable. It's probably just a copy paste thing. With this, yeah. Yeah, okay. So that should be enable. It should be enable. And you didn't see that, but it doesn't really matter. I just changed two translation strings, that's it. So x, z coordinates, it says enable chunk coordinates now. So let's click this, and yeah. So it removed the already existing chunk coordinates, and now let me do the other case. So I disable it again, it edit it below, I remove chunk coordinates, and then I edit this and enable this, and it does it, and it doesn't break anything. Okay, cool. So now what sort of should happen is, and I'm doing that for other things as well, I just need to figure out again how this works. So when you click this option and set it to 71, for example, and that's actually, well, no, actually not true. You can always print that menu then. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So when you do the 71 thing, then what it should do is it should print this menu again, and there should also be a back button in this menu. So let's see how we do the back button. So in show call 0 there should be a back button at the end here. No, maybe it's just in show. What is this? Tell war adjust. Oh, I actually wait. Why do I have this? One data modify storage temp preferences back. But can I not just print the thing? Is there? Oh no, wait. No. Oh, this is a back button though. Bingo preferences back. Why do I do that? Why do I need that? I should just be able to do Telwa, right? Using that in other places as well? But why? Until war, NBT back, interpret 2. I mean, I guess it makes sure that it's printed at the end, but like, it should always be printed at the end anyway. I guess it adds a backslash n. I don't know, I really don't understand why I'm not just printing it right away. I think I want to change that. Cause like, there's no reason to do this. Like, yeah, there's no reason to do this. I don't know why I'm doing it that way. See if something breaks if I do that. Oh yeah, you can also... I'm also only using it in 2 places, so maybe other places have hard-coded stuff. I mean, here it's not at the end, I guess, but you can just move it to the end. So you just run tell var at s and have a backslash n before. And you have this like at the end of the function. And then similarly, you have this at the end of the function. You do tell var at s, and you insert a backslash n here. And then what I want to do is in so that's interesting now. Yes, now I need to keep track. So in order for a back button to be implemented here, I don't know which component. So the component, like the component where I have the change the setting for, could either be in the left column or in the right column. And if I click back, I should be in the correct column, but in the menu I don't know which column that is. Or do I? No, I do, because I do the slot anyway. I have the slot anyway, and I know that 0 to 4 is left column and 5 to 10 is right column, so I can know the slot. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. In this case, in here I don't know it. But yeah, I can just get the score. And so should be private. It should be called post settings slot. And then I run this here, and then I run execute if score slot in temp if that matches 0 to 4 1 tell at s, and then yeah, I want to show 0 again and show call 0 is preference 9 and call 1 is preference 1. So 9 and 10, I think I said different things, but it's 9 and 10. 10 for set 5 to 10. Slash reload. Nice. And then can't move it to here apparently because there are a lot of spacers. Okay, so that appears to be working. So yeah, now what I still would like to do is when you change a setting here, it should, like when you click this, it should print the menu again. So you click this, then it should show this again. So that's for 72 and for 71. And I didn't change the scene. Yeah, nice. And you didn't see it working either. So yeah, I have the coordinate on the right slot here. I click back and it puts me back to the right slot. And yeah, if I move it to the left and then in here I go back, then I'm in here, which is how it should behave. And then yeah, what I want to do now is I want to print this menu again. Then I change something here so that it like refreshes and shows. Yeah, maybe I should add translation strings for this as well to just highlight this a little bit. Like this would, it should just print this menu again so that you can, yeah, so that you also have like visual feedback that it updated, and like you kind of have visual feedback here, but if you're not paying attention to the HUD and you just click there and nothing happens and you click again, like that would probably confuse people, and it's nice to be able to like have the option to change it back as well. So, and I have a system for that. I have like next page score or something like that, and I don't know how it works anymore. I just know that it exists. Maybe it's in here. Yeah. Scoreboard player set preferences next page 5. So the position settings page, show position settings page is, what is it? It is player position settings is 72. So in both so in disable I should set it to, what did I say, 72 maybe? Yeah, 72. And then in here I also should print 72 again. And I think that should just work. Yeah. So it's disable now. And yeah, it's interesting. If it's like above the beat here, it really looks white or something. I don't know. So it's enabled now. You can disable it and you can enable and you can like click this forever, and it's kind of nice. I like it. And then if it's like that and you click the chunk coordinate settings and you click this, it also like prints the settings for the normal position then, but that's fine I think, because like printing the chunk coordinate settings doesn't really make sense, as that's like not shown anymore anyway. And yeah, we can like just use this menu then. And I just noticed that this menu still needs a back button. And I think, yeah, after that I'm probably just gonna do the translation strings, and I'm gonna call it then, I think. Oh, and I just dropped frames. Why did I drop frames? Oh, I dropped actually a lot of frames. Well, 0.2%, but it's 1120. Well, extreme quality is alright for you, right? It's getting red now. Maybe people are using the internet right now. Oh, it's green again. It's scary. I don't like dropping frames. Anyway, so the back button, player position, settings. Yeah, this is the back button, right? So okay, that likely means, okay, so I currently have this menu just here hard coded, but I have two cases for the back button for both columns, so I probably just will make a function here as well. Component settings / player chunk position settings, and create it. And oh, I did not copy that correctly, so let's go back, copy, and redo this. And then this will be same as that, except it's the chunk position menu page. And then we need just this again. Chunk pose or something. So we have a back button here, which brings us to the correct page, and since it's the same as the other one, it should just work for this one as well, and it does. Okay, so translation string. So we have this one is not done. So ANUS. So this is the title, chunk position position settings, and then we do this. I think it's description for the other thing. This page allows you to customize settings for chunk coordinate display for the chunk coordinate display. And this is chunk position, and then down here we can have the normal position. Let's call it player position settings for the player for the coordinate display. Sure. And let's reload this. And it crashed. So it doesn't matter that I didn't switch the scene. Yeah, I don't know why that happens, but sometimes when I reload resource packs, the game just crashes. I don't know if that's something to do with what I'm doing in Bingo, in the Bingo resource pack, and it's also a new thing. That's also weird about it. Like, it didn't happen previously. It just started happening now. I know I'm probably gonna get lag because Minecraft starts, and it always lags when Minecraft starts. Like, it actually lags my entire PC, so I wouldn't be surprised if you noticed some frame drops there. Yeah, and it just started happening at some point, and I don't know why. It's just sometimes when I reload resource packs, the game crashes. I don't know. And it's actually... what? So it's not that it's unloaded. It's like the HUD still works, but like, okay, I inserted a T here somehow because I wanted to to open chat or something. Okay. But yeah, that's unrelated to the crash. It crashed again. Yeah, this is annoying. And I will need to reload at least one more time because there are some translation stuff that's still missing. Can we get to Minecraft? Oh, what? Okay, I just started 1.19 apparently. That's why it took so long. It needed to download stuff. Okay, so the translation file is working again. And it's lagging. Come on. Give me the frames. Okay, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, it's fine, I think. So let's hope we don't crash again. So let's look at this. Chunk position settings. This page allows you to customize settings for the chunk coordinate display. Maybe we want a new line here. Yeah. I'm just gonna do that right now. It's just a new line. I don't want to switch scenes for that. I just need to find the function. So I think I need to change it in both of them. So there would be a new line at the end of this, and there would be a new line at the. There's already a new line here, apparently. Yeah. Wait, did I do that correctly? Oh wait, okay, I see. Yeah, okay, so like this way I need to add a new line. Okay, nice. So let's reload. Okay, so this is player position settings. This I don't know why it didn't put me in the correct menu now. This page allows you to customize settings for the coordinate display, and then this still needs translation. And chunk coordinates, chunk. Oh god. Chunk position settings. This page allows you to customize settings for the chunk coordinate display, and then this is already translated. Yeah, why is it not doing the correct page now? Oh, I think I know why. Player chunk position. Yeah. Player chunk position. So I checked for the wrong thing here. Okay, yeah, and that's the only place because it saves the slot. Okay. So before we apparently had them in the same order. I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention when I tested it. Okay, and now we get to the correct thing. Good. So the texts that are still missing now. Yeah, these. So we honestly probably can just, for enabling, we can probably just reuse what we have in here. So this is, I'm just gonna actually use the same string and not duplicate it. So this is enable, yeah. And then have the same thing, except it's the description in here. And then that should work for this, yeah. Okay, show instead of position when holding the map. So that, okay, so I guess we do need a separate string for that then, because that doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, so I guess let's make it separate. That's fine. Oh, and I'm not showing the game. But yeah, so this is what's shown for player position settings. And yeah, show instead, like that makes sense for the chunk coordinate setting, but it doesn't make sense for player position settings. So yeah, so let's just undo this. And I'm going to try to add all these things that are missing now in one go, and hopefully only need to reload the resource pack once, and hopefully don't crash. Wait, okay, so this should be here. We have a title, we have a description, and we have that same thing again for let's maybe have enable first in the file. It seems to make more sense. So enable and enable. So enable chunk coordinates. So show chunk coordinates. Wait, I think I don't use title case for these, so let's be consistent. Show chunk coordinates when holding treasure map, and then this setting with this setting chunk coordinates are shown shown instead of regular coordinates when holding a treasure map. This is useful for finding the specific block of the treasure, as it's always on chunk coordinates 99. Use the setting. Yeah, this note is not needed here. And then show chunk coordinates. I guess don't show or something is the opposite of that. And then this disables the showing of, or I guess this really should be enable separate chunk coordinate component. This disables the showing with this chunk the coordinates are no longer replaced by chunk coordinates when holding a treasure map, and instead a separate, is that how you spell? I never know how to spell separate, I always do it wrong. No, it's correct though. And instead a separate component with chunk coordinates is inserted if there is space. You can of course also disable that component like any other component. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. I hope there are no typos. I'm going to switch back to the game scene. Mao is okay. VS Code. Mao. Treasure Mao. Thank you very much. So maybe there are no typos now. Maybe there are. We'll see. So I'm going to switch to the game scene. I'm gonna close the chat. I'm gonna do F3 and T. It shows the loading bar. And it crashes. God! Usually it doesn't crash that much. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it uses additional resources while I'm streaming. Anyway. I also don't know why it crashes. It's like a weird report. I don't understand it. Hello, can I get a word? Thank you. Okay. Change preferences. configure HUD, chunk coordinates. So this already had its text. So enable separate chunk coordinate component. This looks good. Maybe proofread it again. With this, the coordinates are no longer replaced by chunk coordinates when holding a treasure map, and instead a separate component with chunk coordinates is inserted if there's space. You can of course also disable that component like any other component. Show chunk coordinates when holding a treasure map. With this setting, chunk coordinates are shown instead of regular coordinates when holding a treasure map. This is useful for finding the specific block of treasure, as it's always on chunk coordinates 9,9. I have no clue, Malvacato. And I have no clue. I don't have it open, but I can open it. Yeah, but it's like, I think it's like these. It's like a virtual machine crash. I think is that accurate? 2247 into 45 yeah, so that's that one. So yeah, in render thread reading address, I don't know. This is like it's like a PID crash. It's not even like a normal Minecraft crash report. It's really weird. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna copy all of these. And that's gonna be a bit weird for the stream now, but I want to make this commit clean, and I want to make a release version, and so I also want to make sure it's like translated in German. And then Polish is obviously still missing, but like it doesn't matter that much. So chunk Koordinaten. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that on Steam. I don't know. Maybe I should just do I kind of want to show the release process though. Yeah, I think it's fine, and you can have fun hearing me rambling in German. AGVM crash, nice. Do you have stream delay? Maybe you should reload the stream. Like I think I dropped some frames, and I think Twitch likes to buffer in that case. So maybe try reloading the stream if you have delay. So chunk. I mean, it's called chunk core. Is that, wait, how is that inconsistent in image 2? Chunk coordinates, chunk position settings. So it should be chunk coordinate settings, and then it should just be coordinate settings, I guess. Coordinate settings. And this is, yeah, I think there should be a hyphen here, so this should be chunk Koordinaten Einstellungen. It allows you to customize settings for the chunk coordinate display. I'm gonna do a thing here which you can't see, but I want to have the English version up just so that I can easily see the source text at the same time. So I have that in a separate window now. Instead of refreshing the page, I usually just toggle the low latency setting off on, then I don't lose chat messages. So you can also pause and unpause the stream, but like Twitch might play an ad or something. Okay, by the way, toggling, yeah. Yeah, so I usually pause and unpause the stream, and I have like Twitch Turbo so I don't get ads. But yeah, like the low latency thing, I guess that might also work. Seite auf dieser Seite kannst du Einstellungen für die Chunk-Koordinatenkomponente vornehmen. Sure. Should I change the stream language to German? I don't know. Probably not. Show instead of position when holding treasure map. Statt normalen Koordinaten anzeigen, wenn. Yeah, I have no clue how they translated treasure map. It's probably just Schatzkarte, right? Yeah, probably. Wenn beim Halten einer Schatzkarte. Sure. Diese yeah, they do, but I could look it up in the wiki or something, or I could look it up in the vanilla translation files, but I'm too lazy. It should be fine. This setting removes this component from the list. Diese Einstellung entfernt die Komponente aus der Liste and instead shows the chunk coordinates in place of the normal coordinates when you are holding treasure map. Und zeigt die Chunk Koordinaten. Yeah, maybe this is nice. Let's don't do hyphen. Okay, maybe this is not so nice. Yeah, okay, I think we need Koordinaten. Maybe do this instead. I don't know. Maybe this is fine. Gotta love German. Whatever. I don't care enough. Yeah, you can also look in coding, but like, I mean, Schatzkarte is understandable, even if they have a slightly different name internally. I mean, honestly, the easiest way for me would be, so I have something called Buried Treasure Map in my hand, and I could do options language, and I could do Deutsch, and I could press done, and hope this reloads probably and doesn't. It crashed. Okay. I'm maybe I don't need to start Minecraft again. We'll see. Anyway. So, und sagt die Schrankkoordinaten statt der normalen Koordinaten, während du eine Schatzkarte hältst. \n. This is useful for finding the specific. Dies ist nützlich, den genauen Block zu finden, wo der Schatz vergraben ist, da Schätze immer I don't know, Block zu finden, immer da sich Schätze immer an bei Schankkoordinaten 9,9 befinden. Verwende die Einstellungen für die normale Koordinaten, um diese Einstellung zurückzusetzen. Is there no translation for bingo seed? Yes, there is, and the translation for bingo seed is bingo seed. So, in like for the world seed in German, you would say Weltseed or something like that. Like seed is not translated, and bingo obviously is also not translated as it's a name. But yeah, seed is a technical term that's just the same in German. And timer, so you could translate timer as stopwatch or something like that, but that's just stupid, and timer is commonly used in German as well. And that's something you see in a lot of modern languages, which is quite natural that they adopt certain English terms because it sounds cool or whatever, and yeah. There's no German word like yeah, of course there's like a German word for like wheat seeds or something like that kind of seed, but that it in this case, like for the technical term seed, as in like world seed or bingo seed, that's not used, and it would sound very strange, and people would not know what you're talking about if you use that word. Koordinateneinstellungen. Ja. which allows you to customize settings for the coordinate display. Diese Seite just copy this. Diese Seite kannst du Einstellungen für die Koordinatenkomponente vornehmen. Programming technical terms are usually kept in English, I guess. Yeah, that's true. Show chunk coordinates when holding a treasure map. Zeige. And you also see like chunk is also not translated. So I translate chunk coordinates as chunk Koordinaten. And of course, like for the non-technical term chunk, there would be a translation. But for the technical Minecraft chunk, that's not translated either. Yeah, Mojang. Actually, there are some interesting translation rules. So, for example, like Blaze, I think, which like that's essentially yeah. So you could certainly find a translation for Blaze, but it's like a sort of trademark thing or something, and you're not supposed to translate it. So there are like some translation guidelines. Mm, just weird. Okay, is that so? Would you pronounce that word as nether, and that's just a like if a Russian reads that, would it sound like nether or like is it actually a sort of translation? I don't know. Closer to nether, but yes. Okay, so they don't have a th. Yeah. So if you hear Germans with a very heavy accent, it will actually sound like if they try to pronounce the th, because we don't have th in German. They just try to find the most similar sound, and it also sounds like nether or something like that. It's really it hurts. So this setting removes. No, wait. With this setting, chunk coordinates are shown instead of. Okay. Diese Einstellung werden Chunk-Koordinaten statt der normalen Koordinaten angezeigt, während du eine Schatzkarte hältst. This is not needed. Decision. Mit dieser Einstellung werden Chunken normale Koordinaten nicht mehr mit Chunk-Koordinaten ersetzt, während du eine Schatzkarte hältst. Stattdessen wird eine eigene Komponente für Chunk-Koordinaten eingefügt, sofern genügend Platz im HUD ist. You can of course also disable this. Natürlich kannst du diese Komponente dann auch wie jede andere komplett deaktivieren. Okay. Yeah, and also in German, the translation of end would be Ende, so it would be like this. So it's very close anyway. And like things like Ender sound also in German very much like end, so it's in German it works quite well. So yeah. I'm actually also curious. Ah yeah, okay. So in Polish, there appears to be like they appear to use some word in place of seed. So Cyrano bingo. I don't know how to speak Polish, but yeah. But anyway, I want to sort of leave those in here as a note, so that Christoph can then see that there are any strings here. Can I actually do this? Yeah, nice. Okay, and then let's see. Oh, interesting. That's saved it in workspace. I don't want to commit that now. Yeah, Russian also uses, at least it did last time I checked. I should translate bingo one day when I have time. Oh, do you speak Russian? Yeah. So that would be nice to have more translations. And then probably, I think, like SP Goding, that's how I choose to pronounce her name, like the maker of this Visual Studio Code extension. She has like a page where you can translate the extension, but I think there might also be a way to set it up for like Minecraft things. So yeah, once I have a release, I want to sort of ask her if there's a possibility to host translations there, and that way we might be able to get more translations, because it's more accessible then, and you don't have to make like pull requests and stuff like that. Second wanted. Clover's live, that's nice for him. I'm also live. Yeah, I just wanna make the release. Maybe Clover will be able to switch to the new release midstream. I don't know, maybe he's doing the CTM anyways, so yeah, we'll see. Okay, this I don't wanna commit. So it's just a commented timer stop, which is something like I use the timer for measuring performance when generating a card. And yeah, so if the timer was stopped after the generation, I couldn't read the time, so I needed to comment that. But yeah, anyway, this looks good. Yeah, this is good. Okay, yeah, that's just the bug fix. I'm not reading this in detail, I'm just making sure that nothing obviously bad gets added, and most of the stuff should be fine anyways. Ah yeah, that's actually a bug fix. I also speak TPU, but the Minecraft TPU font is unreadable anyway, and it shows left to right in chat because game's buggy, so I'm not wasting time on that. Yeah, that's annoying. Like that sounds like a pretty bad accessibility problem that they should address. As yeah, if they have the translation, then like it should be readable for native speakers, right? I think actually pretty much anything else that's tracked should be fine. So I do want to check for Terror 9.1 though. Yeah, okay, that's still there. It's even commented, okay. So let's add this as well and nothing else. And then there should be some new files as well. I need to add git add, and it should be fine to add all assets. Then some weight is something I don't wanna. Oh yeah, okay. Let's actually use this then. Generate slot, yeah. This instead change this. Okay, so there shouldn't be anything else in that file. Let's check. Okay. It's not totally unreadable, just very ugly. I mean, yeah, that's still an accessibility thing though, right? If it's readable, okay, but like you should be able to read it easily, is what I'm saying. So all of this should be fine. and all of this should be fine. Okay, the predicate is needed. And this as well. So that's a pretty big commit. Yeah, actually, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Git commit. Oh, but okay. So add chunk coordinate display. This adds a new component for chunk coordinates and also allows for for the regular coordinates to be replaced by chunk coordinates while the player is holding a treasure map. Resolves 39. And please tell me you open the thing. I hate it when that happens. I might need to redo the commit message now. Let's see, maybe it still comes up. So yeah, what's currently not happening is so I use like a certificate to sign commits, and yeah, that failed for some reason. And like it was supposed to give me a password prompt, and usually it works on the second try. Let's see if it works this time. Then I can amend the commit. Come on. Don't let me down like this. Come on. Usually it's not this bad. Just like Minecraft crashing. Why does it always have to reverse while streaming? I'm considering to pause the stream and see if it works better then, but I really don't want to do that. So like a process that's running that I can kill. I mean, I guess I could kill code. It maybe this, yeah. And task. Just gonna try to cd in a different shell, git commit -n temp in here. Who's this running again? Maybe it's something service. I'm restarting the studio code. Maybe that helps. Can we get a capture again? Okay, here it goes. Can we close some things? No. I really don't know why this is happening now. Sometimes it takes like 2 tries and then it works, but like yeah, I'm considering to restart my PC. So I don't really know what else to do. Yeah, that sucks. I do wanna do the release on stream though. So yeah, I think I'm gonna restart my PC and then I'm probably gonna start the stream again and after I make sure that this thing works. So see you in a bit. I'm gonna restart without actually telling OBS to shut the stream off, so maybe you will get like the not like this screen or something. And hello, do we have a stream? I think we have a stream. Yeah, and so you can see the commit thing worked now. I just wanna make sure. Okay. So yeah. Okay, this seems to be working. Yeah, I'm just don't see chat. I'm not really set up properly. Just started as soon as I could. So pop out chat. If like, oh, I need this. Some of this, like something like this, should be fine. So this looks good. Okay, so I can do git commit is amend now and edit the commit, and yeah, the commit did work. Yeah, so the thing is that I have like I sign the commits, and that makes it also so that if you look in the commit history on GitHub, and I can actually show you that. So it has like this verified here, right? And like this essentially means that either you made the commit inside of GitHub or you signed it. So, and yeah, but for that to work, I need to like every time I start my PC, I need to insert a password to access the certificate. And like the password prompt just didn't open, and that's just sometimes happens. I don't know why. And like I restarted the PC and then it worked. So yeah. Um. Anyway. Add. Um. Add chunk coordinate display, and this adds a chunk, a new component for displaying chunk coordinates, and provides an option for showing chunk coordinates only when holding a treasure map. Only when holding a treasure map. That notification sound came from me. And replacing normal coordinates in that case resolves, and the issue is show chunk coordinates in action bar 39. Quite a low number. Resolves 39. Right, cool. And now that I already entered the password, it just works like that. And then I can do git push. And apparently Discord is smart enough to not make sounds, but yeah, it pushed that. By the way, can you comment on stream about the message I sent on issue 84 instead of having to type up a response? I probably still want to type up a response just to have it documented. Decide I do same size as of the yeah. I don't really want to watch these videos right now. I'm gonna do that after the stream. And by the way, like there was like this third design, and I was kind of considering actually using that because you can have more than 32 images, right? So you could just have a more precise um, compass, and like maybe it moves too fast, and maybe that's also not nice. But yeah, I was sort of thinking of just having this more precise and maybe even using that one. But yeah, I'm showing Visual Studio, right? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I was looking at things in Firefox, but doesn't really matter for the stream. Um, yeah, um, so in terms of the milestone, and now let me actually change the scene. So yeah, maybe there will be a pre-release for then. So I was sort of actually hoping to be able to implement the compass icon as well today. But that didn't happen. So there might be like a smaller pre-release later this week and then a release candidate. I don't really want to have enhancements like that. Whoop, what was that? Enhancements like that in a release candidate, I think. So there will probably be another pre-release um, and then a release candidate with like whatever bugs down here are still left. Like these should be all fairly easy to fix. So yeah. But yeah, I do want to make a release now because I probably won't have much time tomorrow, and yeah, and then like I don't know when I have time again, and I think it's better to make a release now. Git tech 5.0. Actually, let me check. Okay, so this should be 3. Git commit no, no, yes. Update, we update version name to pre3, and then git tag 5.0 pre3, git push, and git push tags. Okay, and then yeah, probably will need Minecraft again then, huh? So what I do now, and that's the first time I can actually use the script in action, is I run the script. There should be nothing else I need to do. I run the script. It should make the release for me. And yeah, I have all the P3 stuff in here. So there is something I changed where so that should be in tick. So I had like a server properties link somewhere, I think. Yeah, okay. And I changed this to be like this gist, which I think currently is still private. Because like how I linked the server properties file previously is I just had a link to the in the repository directly to here for the release tag, but since like the file in the branch now looks like this with like the 9 script stuff, that doesn't work anymore, so I'm just making a separate gist so that um, you can view this file like that, and I can just copy this, and yeah, I already made like I hope I can edit this. Edit, yeah. Update secret gist, and how do I make it not secret? Edit, make public here. Okay, and I'm dropping frames like bad. Okay, I think it's better again. uh, that's annoying. I should have good internet, but yeah, I don't know. Like I have a 1K thing, but whatever. So in the distribution, yeah. So in the data packs, yeah, that's true, I guess. I can reveal this in the file explorer, and that's unfortunately now not going to show up for you. But I can show the relevant thing, I guess. So I just want to make sure that the link is correct. So functions, because I never used like this. No, don't open this. Go away. I never really used this before. Why can you like? Do I need to extract this or something? Copy it temporarily in here. Okay, I guess I'm opening it in Notepad and then just copy it manually. File, new file. It's the same, right? Yeah. Yeah, a translated version. So okay, and opening this, yeah, and it should be public now, so you chat can tell me if this link works, but it should work. Yeah, and wait, but this is should be pre3. This is still pre2. Okay, so it is a different hash, I guess. Wow. Yeah, it's pre2 stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah, so okay. I see. So I guess I probably want to Okay, so no, don't do this. Do this. Okay. Go here. So yeah, I think what definitely should work, and that's why good thing I tested this, because I wasn't sure if like this is exactly what I wasn't sure about. So what should work is if I just use this link, and then it's not going to be in raw format, and you can see, like, if you scroll you can see the pre2 here as well, but it's gonna be scrolled to here, so I think it's probably fine. And then in here, so what was that before? Was non-script version, so okay, that's bad. Does this work if I have a dot here? Apparently not. No, so it needs to be a dash, huh? Annoying. Yeah, but I want to be able to do it with the script. I guess, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's the annoying part. So like, I kind of want to avoid having the hash, or wanted to avoid having the hash, having to need to update the hash. Actually, what happens if I just remove the hash and only have the name? Does that do something? Oh, that works, apparently. If I do pre2 here. Okay, if you just remove the hash, it works. Okay, fun. So if I do this, then I don't need to have any additional parameter in NoinScript, which is what I wanted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. It works. So sometimes you have to experiment with these things. So yeah, then this is a git commit. No. Yes. Fix server dot properties link. Right, cool. Git tag 5.0. I think it's -f. Yep. Git push tags -f. Okay. And then we can run this again. And it done. And then right, yeah, I need to do this in the File Explorer again. Yes. And This should work now. Yeah, works for me at least. And then what I'm gonna do is, yeah, let's start Minecraft in the background already. Okay, let's do this. And I just want to make sure that everything appears to be in working order, and then I'm gonna make the wheels. And I might also want to spool up a server, just to make sure that like the server properties file is, well, yeah, I can't really check the server properties file without having made the release. Yeah, I guess I could check that like the resource pack check is working though. Yeah, that's a good thing to check, I guess. But I can also check that in single player if I just remove the resource pack manually. So let me just put the pre-3 version into saves and extract it here. So let's have a Minecraft. Can we get a capture, please? Thank you. And this is still in German, but that's fine. So it did apply the correct version name to the world file, so that's already pretty good. Ich weiß, was ich tue. But do I actually know what I'm doing? I don't know. I hope this doesn't crash. Loading the resource pack now. Of course it. This only happens on stream, I swear. Like, this is actually the first time it crashed while loading into the world, and this is worrying. Like, I'm worried that this is gonna happen to people trying to play this game, right? So maybe I need to do this anyway. Maybe it helps if I don't have those enabled. It just crashes every time I change resource packs now. What is this? Maybe I need to downgrade my Java version or something? I don't want to blindly release that as well, like... It's just the Java virtual machine crash. It's the same crash as always. Like, I'm thinking if like the resource pack is somehow getting too big for Minecraft to handle or something. I don't know. I just wanna try if like what happens if I like change the language without having any resource pack enabled. Yeah, that works fine. So I'm gonna try again, and then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna try to increase RAM. Maybe that does something. I don't actually know how much RAM I have allocated anyway. So let's maybe try that. Yeah, let's do like 4G maybe. See what that does. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's also like it only started happening very recently, and before that it never happened, and now it happens all the time. I don't know. Maybe it's also because streaming takes some resources, and but like this is very worrying to me. So having like a release that might just crash when you load the world, yeah, just keeps happening. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Man, that sucks. So I guess what I can still try. Yeah, I mean I can still test the release by just loading it up on a local server, and then hope it works for most people. But like I think I need to find some kind of solution for this. I don't know what to do. I mean I can even test the release. Yeah, I guess I kind of yeah, but that's fine. I can. So what I can do is I can delete the resources zip file, and I can yeah, let's test in single player for now. I can so now it should definitely load. But yeah, I don't know why this happens. And just maybe the resource pack somehow got too big or something. So now there's no resource pack actually in this world. Um, so we shouldn't get a crash now. No, there's no release. There's a tag, but there's no release. So yeah, we get like the download resource pack. Resource pack is currently not enabled. If there's a server resource pack in place, it's enabled, and then blah blah blah. Otherwise, out here, and this is gonna take me. Oh, this is wrong. This is not how the file is gonna be called. Okay, apparently I messed that up. Good to have checked this. That's why you test things before you make a release. Um, Yeah, so it is minus 9script minus lowercase resource pack is what the file is called. Right? Bingo minus version minus resource pack. Okay, so let's maybe do a search replace. So there's still two more. Yes, but the script, this is how the files are generated, and this is how they are uploaded, so it changed. Yeah, it's how it used to be, but it's not how it is right now. And I think I hope I changed it for server properties. But apparently I didn't change it in the command. I thought I did, but I didn't. Okay, so let's delete this again. Let's move this to here. Let's move this to here. And then single player. Yeah, of course. That has, I forgot that this has the resources that's bundled again now. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna include like a note in the release that if you crash, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not gonna bundle the. Maybe I'm actually intentionally going to remove the resource pack from the bundle, and then like you get like the resource pack text thing, and you're gonna enable it, and it's gonna crash. But then, like, if you start the game, it's fine. So I guess that's how it's gonna work for now. I don't know. Bingo 5.0 P3 resource pack.zip. Yeah. So and now options resource packs, and that's now obviously gonna crash. But let's try to. I need to reveal in File Explorer, and I probably should switch the scene. And I put this here. Yes. And I enable the resource pack. I click done, and it's gonna crash. And then no, this time it didn't crash. Okay. See, sometimes it works. And yeah, because I'm in single player, it just immediately puts me in the lobby now. So the chunk stuff is working. Let's generate a card. That's working. Card from seeds at 91. That's working. Start game is working. Yeah. So I actually can't see chat right now. Let's fix that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it crashed. So did you build using the script, or what did you do? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is working. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the zip in the pre3 tag. Okay. What? I don't know. Yeah. So, what do I do now? Just see if this crashes it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think I'm just not gonna bundle the and this is kind of annoying, and people might report this as a bug, but I don't care. I think I'm just gonna remove the resources.zip from the pre3, and then like you just have to apply it manually. I'm scared. I don't really want to release the world file like that when it like crashes that often for me. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing, and I hate it. But yeah, I don't really know how I would fix this. Like, is it the size of the suspect? But that doesn't make sense. It's not even that big. So it did happen for me for pre2 occasionally as well. That like when I reloaded the resource pack, that it sometimes might crash. That happened in pre2. But like when I built the release and like looked at the world file and everything, it was fine. And it occasionally crashed. And now it almost always crashes. I had like during the stream I had one instance where it did not crash, and every other time it always crashed. So I don't don't want to put the resources zip in the world file, and then like people are gonna have to download the resources. Like that's something that works anyway, and people have to download that manually, and then like it will work, right? It's just a bit more cumbersome, but like what else am I gonna do? And yeah, of course they are gonna crash still when they apply it, but at least when they restart Minecraft, it's still gonna be applied and they can just play the game. So one thing I could actually try, so it's using Java 8 apparently for this. So maybe it's better if you like have, can I like more options? Browse, can I like JDK 17 I guess? What file do I actually need to select? Java.exe or javaw.exe? I mean, I guess that's what releases are for. I could just release it, and if I get crash reports, then I know, and if I don't, then I know it's an issue on my computer somehow. What does it actually? Can I like? I think it might use javaw, but I'm not sure. Not really sure what the difference is. Actually, let me also set this. I'm just gonna use the regular java.exe and like just see what happens, I guess. Okay, it Java runtime is incompatible. Okay, what? Oops, no, go away. What happens if I use javaw? Your Java runtime is incompatible. Okay. What happens if I use Java 16? Still incompatible? That's annoying. Okay. Java 15. I also have that. So the javaw just doesn't open a console or what? Dang, like how is like every Java version incompatible? So what? I think other than that, I have like Java 11 maybe still. Yeah, Java 11, and then I only have 1.8 anyway. No, Java 11 also doesn't work. Okay. So it really has to be Java 8 apparently. Yeah, just reset this then. So I guess try one more time. So I also reset like the JVM arguments. No, maybe that does something. So it unloaded it fine. Okay. Let's open this. Okay. Now it works. Maybe just my JVM arguments were weird somehow. I don't know. Or maybe I don't know. So let's try this again. Okay, never mind, it crashed. Going out of the world, trying to unload the resource pack. I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, I doubt that this is just a me problem, but yeah, serious fan props. That's always when I start Minecraft, because like Minecraft just eats all the resources it can get or something. I don't know. But yeah, I guess let's get to the actual fun business of making the release and like ignoring all the crashes. This is scary. I don't know. I don't feel good about this. So how I usually operate with this is I just sort of copy the previous release and then just go to tags and create release, paste that here to just have this sort of outline done, and then I copy this and paste that here, and of course it's 3 now. This is the third release. This release aims to fix some this release adds a new HUD component and and improves the bingo in-game menu, as well as providing some performance improvements. Yeah, it's all fine. We download the P3 and it might actually be called differently now. Bingo minus 5.0 P3 .zip. In case you are maybe not no, I want to get reports, and if I put a point here then they are just gonna follow that point and not report things. I'll view it here, so that's the link from server properties now. Oh no, it is the server properties. So it's a link that I posted in chat a while ago, so it's this one. If you already have a customer, is that a server changelog? So yeah, credits. Oh wait, I didn't. Yeah, but this can wait for the next one, I guess. So changelog fixes. So I don't actually use an open math anymore, so that can go. And yeah, I need to update that in the lobby, and I also still need to add like, am I actually saying that correctly? Unlux McGee. I still need to add you ahead to the lobby. I forgot that. I wanted to do that, but yeah. But yeah, that it's not urgent, so we can wait for the next pre-release or release candidate. So the way I make this changelog is, and usually I have two windows for that, and yeah, maybe I don't know how I'm gonna handle this here. So you can go here, and then it says 67 commits to master since that release, and I can click that, and I can see exactly the commits that happened since the last release. So that's just build script stuff. I don't really need to include that in changelog. Let's also build some issues after implementing build script. Improve server property documentation. That doesn't need to be there. Fix to avoid not being adjusted properly. That's an issue, I think. I didn't even have an issue for that. What? Okay then. Fixed a bug that meant that how do I describe this? That meant that during card generation, some during card generation inconsistencies could happen with the way items were picked. This also means all seeds are shuffled once again. Hopefully the last time in this development cycle for real now. Not being adjusted properly. Add menu icon to Terra messages. So there should be. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for the thing that links me to the pull request. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Slightly improve wording, doesn't matter, fix grammar, need support book translations, that's translation stuff, prevent game logic from running after sending players to lobby, that fixed the bug. Wait, actually, wait, what? Ah, yeah, okay. And how do I actually format those in that case? Okay, so I just have the ID in parentheses. Fix being clickable in lobby. Change master. That's also builds good stuff. Fix text not being set. Just optimization. Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, but that didn't really matter. Optimize Kachen, remove items. So optimized card generation, optimized terrain tree generation, and I shouldn't do title case here. It's being broken after reload. That was not a fix. Like that was a fix that was about something that I changed during the release cycle. Fixed category weight not being called. Yeah, that's also something like that. Optimization, minor optimizations. Simplify menu icon. Okay, so this pull request, and this is the issue. Implemented new bingo menu in Klammern hashtag 71 thanks to unlocksmatg, comma hashtag 122. Fix build script, make moved file types was dot an extension, and that's all build script stuff. German translations doesn't matter. Slightly better wording. German. Bingo FX sounds like alright. Yeah, that's a good one. Customized card generation sound and moved custom sound events to a separate slider. Improve pre-gen performance, you already have that. Optimize stuff, switch, yeah, okay. Switched random number generator to a simple LCG. It's more technical and it doesn't really matter if you understand this. Move command blocks, that's just refactor, move refactor, tweak chain sound, reset max chain length, add postcard function tag, add coordinate display, 39, added a new HUD component for chunk coordinates. Okay, that's a weird way to copy that. Shuffled is misspelled. I don't know. Looks correct, so let's just click this. Shuffled. Shuffled, okay. That's a weird way to spell that. It's shuffled, not shuffled. Anyway, English weird. Now there's that messed up somehow. Okay. So, bingo menu. There is a new in-game menu now for selecting options like going back to the lobby or switching to spectator mode. And I think I would like to have a screenshot here. And I think there are just screenshots I can steal here. Current status. I think this is how it is now. Can probably just steal this, right? Actually, just stealing your change, your comment for the changelog. But yeah, it's nice documentation. So let's also say something about the thing. the chunk coordinate thing. Chunk coordinate display. A new component for displaying. Actually, I think I want to make screenshots for that as well. New component, a new hard component for displaying chunk coordinates has been added, which can also be modified to only show chunk coordinates when holding a treasure map. So let's hope it doesn't crash. I think I still have the resources zip in there. Yeah, I do. Yeah, of course. Just remove that. Okay. Yeah, actually, I think, and that's probably gonna look weird for you now, but I want to have like a bigger GUI scale than I can have in 720p. So I just put Minecraft in full screen. And, maybe just switch you to here, and then open this, and then I also want I also want the view when holding a treasure map. right side. And then or when holding A or with the setting changed while holding a treasure map, it is shown instead of regular coordinates. Okay, and then optimizations. Card generation is now a little bit faster, which may be noticeable if you are generating a lot of cards in consecutive ticks for some reason. Just gonna put in I'm just gonna put it in like this, and with like a winking face towards Kraka, and then more noticeably terrain regeneration is now a lot faster, noticeably. Apparently I don't know how to spell that word. Or not pair generation, let's find that. Faster. Chunks are no longer immediately unloaded after generating them, which means that chunks that are loaded for generating next to them generate a lot faster. And I don't really know why this is the case, but it's just how it is. Yeah, I'm currently making a release. So is there anything else I would like to get into detail? Yeah, RNG. Guess that's also optimization, but also not really. It's mostly like the RNG was a little bit, yeah. It's not really needed to be what it was, so it's just removing unnecessary complexity essentially. And like if you have like there might be a case for using that if you have like something that like an AI or something which really is noticeable if there are patterns, but like for 25 items, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, LCG is just a random number generator. It's a type of random number generator. And I should at least mention unlocks here though. Okay, so then I just swap this in here, this in here, and this in here, and whoops. I think I also upload server properties, so let's just do that. This is a pre-release. So yeah, I guess because I actually made the screenshot in the lobby, my character is shown on the card, but it's not filled, so this is kind of wrong, but I don't think I care enough to redo this changelog. Release candidate will be if everything I want to do is fixed, and then I will make a release candidate, and which then will exactly become the release if there's no issues found. So basically how it works with Minecraft as well. Yeah, I didn't calculate it that much. Yeah, I translated to German. And Christoph is translating it to Polish. So like most of the things are translated into Polish. Just some new things that got added are missing. Wait, okay. Let's somehow I tagged No Leaf Clover instead of everyone. I don't know how that happened. That was some weird autocomplete, and I'm deleting and redoing that message. Yeah, if I type at ever No Leaf Clover autocomplete somehow. Okay, that's interesting. So that's better. So yeah, that was a successful stream, I would say, and I hope these crashing issues are nothing to worry about. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. If they are, I don't really know what to do. And if there's anything I can do other than accept it. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Um, nice gray blue screen. Oh, interesting. Why is it? Okay, because it was minimized, I guess. Um, so let's see. I think I'm tired now, and I think I would rather like to go to bed. I gave you some hints that I was willing to talk about it during Steam, but like now I think I want to end it. So let's see. I guess I need to go to Twitch like this, and think this is like gonna. Okay, I was quick enough. Okay, yeah. So I guess. What are you doing? UHC time. So there's few things we could do. We could, of course, wait Clover. We could also wait Jin, or we could also wait Kim. I'm not really decided. Like Kim probably has the X on. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I really care about that. So we could wait Jin, who is doing UHC, or we could Clover, who probably is doing the CTM. Yeah, I can start a wait. I mean, Quacker is doing that as well, and he's not affiliate. So, yeah, which channel would you prefer, Jin or Clover? I'll give you the choice. If there's no choice, I'm gonna make a decision myself. So I'm counting that as a vote for Clover and as a vote for Jin. Who is the first one, though I'll be leaving Twitch either way for tonight? Jinnerus is also someone who does bingo occasionally, and he sort of, I think, like Kraka also got inspired with some strategies from him, and he did like fast resets as well. I'm not sure that he's still doing that, but yeah. And currently he's doing a UHC with some friends, I think. I guess I'm just gonna wait Clover because I think more people know him, so see you in Clover's chat. So do I guess I have to click the wait now button. So see ya.